Before we get things underway for the Farmer Memorial Mission Finals of the JBS Equipment AT Series, going to thank JBS Equipment for being the sponsor of the 2025 season here at Mission Raceway Park. Looking for tough, reliable farm equipment that works as hard as you do? Look no further than JBS Equipment in Mission. From high-performance manure spreaders to custom forged solutions, JBS builds equipment that stands up to the demands of real farming. Whether you're managing a small dairy or a large operation, JBS has the innovation, service, and support you need right here in the Fraser Valley. Visit jbsequipment.com or stop by their shop in Mission. JBS Equipment, built for farmers, built to last. As well as that, sponsor the junior classes is Stay Tuned. Whether you're one of our junior racers tearing up the track or cruising the streets of Kamloops, trust the shop that races rely on. From full engine rebuilds to brakes, air conditioning, and routine maintenance, Scott and the team at Stay Tuned Auto Repair keep your vehicle dialed in and race ready. Give them a visit at 1121 12th Street in Kamloops or call 250-554-2277 today. So once again, we have made the call for all junior classes to the lanes. We're going to make a final call to the lanes. Final call for Junior Thunder to lane 1, Junior Lightning to lane 2, and Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4. Once again, you only have one qualifier today. If you want to be on the ladder, you need to be in the lanes now. You are officially late. So first pair going to roll into the water box. And we will kick off the day with a 1984 Blazer for A&M Marketing, Winter Harbor Marina and RV, driven by Jenna Monroe, alongside the JBS equipment, as well as sponsored by Grandpa 1996 GMC of Jackson Dew. And it's going to be a red light start for Jenna Monroe as it goes trip zip with an 8, but it's red. Monroe goes 1084, 66 miles an hour. Jackson Dew 1071 at 64 miles an hour to kick off the Farmer Memorial Mission Finals. Sophia Getz brings up the Stay Tuned Auto Repair diesel pickup for her Ford F-250 alongside David Stowe with the Stowe Excavating 1997 Chevy Camaro. .904 at 85 miles an hour for Sophia Getz. David Stobie going to go 942 at 76. We'll now bring up Josephine Smith for Zapstrap Racing. She pairs up alongside Riker Towson with the Ryan's Custom Concrete 2024 Kia Sorento. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Top Comp to the lanes. Top Comp, make your way on down to the lanes for your first and only qualifier. That is Top Comp to the lanes 5 and 6. Top Comp to lanes 5 and 6 for first and only round of qualifying. Pro Bracket, you are on standby. 001 of the tree for Riker, but it is red. Josephine Smith firing down alongside as Smith goes 971, 73 miles an hour. Towers going 956 at 75. We'll bring up Cash in the 1994 Mustang. Cash will face off against multi-time champion Tyler Smith with the Zapstrap Racing Chevy pickup. Smith goes red by 13 thousandths of a second, and by a quarter of a second, it's a green light for Cash. The Mustang will get to the 8th mile mark first, going 1006, 71 miles an hour. Tyler Smith going 1077 at 65. Next up, it's last year's Race of Champions winner, James McNeil, for a Northwestern Wally winner and a 2-time Door Wars finalist in the Mustang. He runs alongside Shelby McNeil with the McNeil Racing Team 2010 Nissan. .1006, 71 miles, 945 at 74 miles an hour for James McNeil. Shelby McNeil going to go 1076 at 69. Now we got Lyndon Reynolds with the second-gen Racing Hoosier Tire 1998 Acura. Reynolds squaring off against Taryn Monroe with the A&M Marketing Group and Bubba Speed Shop Chevy pickup. .1086, 64 miles an hour for Tara Monroe. Gets her there first. Lyndon Reynolds going to go 1107 at 65. And now up next, it's the Race of Champions winner here from last night. The design for an Indigenous Travel and Swinger Enterprises 1990 S10 will be driven by Josh Kluski out of Quesnel. So 13 cars will qualify into Stay Tuned Auto Repair Junior Street. We'll now roll into Junior Thunder. First pair up in Junior Thunder, we got Cadence Rodrigue here out of Chilliwack for a Titanium Auto Group on the side of the car. Cadence Rodrigue will square off against Alex Green, local runner out of Mission here on the Lordco side of the racetrack with the 2017 Mike Bosch dragster for True North Mechanical and Lordco Auto Parts. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top comp, this is your final call to lanes 5 and 6. Top comp, final call to lanes 5 and 6 for your first and only qualifying round. Cadence Rodrigue going to go 899, 73 miles an hour. Alex Green going 894 at 73. First pair in the books for Junior Thunder this afternoon. We'll bring up Hunter Gallant for Lordco Auto Parts, Milrod Truck Body, BDL Auto, Rocket Coatings, and Those Guys Customs with the 2017 Junior Dragster. Gallant racing against Paige Barlow with the Dead Man Racing Machine. Big red light start there for Paige Barlow, but it is just qualifying, so still will move into the first round of eliminations. Hunter Gallant going to go 894, 73 miles an hour. Paige Barlow 1087 at 61. For the next pair, it's Owen Armstrong and Danica Harder, the 2012 Creative Dragster races for Badass Garage, Lorco Auto Parts, Home Masters, and Fountain Tire. Danica Harder racing for our Anderson A1 Auto House with the 2006 Creative Dragster. Eighth mile mark, Owen Armstrong going to get there first, going 12:16 at 52 miles an hour. Danica Harder going to go 14:54 at 43 miles an hour. Well, we'll bring up Kira Harder, also for Anderson A1 Auto House, running a 2005 Creative Dragster as opposed to Danica's 2006 model. Nate Green going to be running under the True North Mechanical and Lorco Auto Parts colors alongside Green Brothers Racing. Already saw Alex Green make a hit earlier on in the session. Nate Green will be the next Green brother to make a run. Pearson Moss and Nash Gallant will be the next two up to bear. Pearson Moss running for New Excavation Civil Construction, while Nash Gallant with the 2000 model Junior Dragster running for Lorco Auto Parts, Bell Run Truck Body, BD Auto, Rocca Coatings, and Those Guys Customs. So Wesley Armstrong, Jack Green, the next two. Wesley Armstrong for Home Masters Team, Badass Garage, Lorco Auto Parts, going to go 9:25, 69 miles an hour. Jack Green for True North Mechanical, Lorco Auto Parts, going 1178 with the 2007 Creative Dragster. Next up, it's Grayson Moss and Ashton Katnick. So the first of the TK Performance drivers for Lorco Auto Parts as well out of Maple Ridge over on the far side of the racetrack. Full hand side from the same town, it's Grayson Moss for New Elevation Civil Construction. Ashton Katnick going to go 888, 72 miles an hour, while Grayson Moss going 909 at 73 miles an hour. And that will bring up our final Junior Thunder car in the class. It is JBS equipment runner Hunter Thompson, local here at Mission, British Columbia. And Tom's going to go 891, 73 miles an hour, making it for 15 cars on the Junior Thunder ladder. Next up is Junior Lightning. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need National Tire Wholesale Pro bracket to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. National Tire Wholesale Pro bracket to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Nick Bond and Connor Jackson, first two up. JBS equipment represented over here. GCS side, right-hand side It's TK Hot Rods, Amsoil, Rodrigue Family Racing, Fitness Lab, Walker Auto Parts, and Bubba Speed Shop. .790 at 82 miles an hour. Connor Jackson at 806 with 81 miles an hour. We will now bring on up the next duo. Bentley Johnson, Rodrigue Family Racing with the 2025 Mike Boss Dragster alongside April Bond for JBS Equipment. Bentley Johnson going to go 793, 80 miles an hour, while April Bond goes 793, also at 81 miles an hour. We'll bring up Adam Katnick and McKenna Thompson, the Orca Auto Parts and TK Performance. Mike Boss Dragster from 2023 brings it up over here from Maple Ridge Tower side in the TCS lane. In the Lordco lane is McKenna Thompson for JBS Equipment. Adam Katnick running it up in the Race of Champions just last night, hoping to go one better this afternoon. Katnick goes 789, 81 miles an hour, while McKenna Thompson to go 807 at 80 miles an hour. Next up, we'll bring up Adeline Duda for KJL Holdings, Performance World, and Bumper to Bumper with the 2005 half-scale dragster, alongside Race of Champions winner from last night, Isabella Marshall. Marshall taking the Race of Champions in 2025. She will be driving her dragster out of Vernon, BC for Kenco and De Silva Auto World. Isabella Marshall going to go 8:17, 82 miles an hour, while Adeline Duda goes 8:19 at 79. And the last car here in Stay Tuned Auto Repair, Junior Lightning, making its way on up to the lanes. Coca Kowalski for Dayco Ventures, gonna be coming on up. Kowalski goes 8:11, 81 miles an hour. Next up, we're going to gear up for Top Comp. Also racing to the 8th mile mark, Top Comp utilizes a combination of top sportsman and top dragster cars. Well, it's Quiet going to make a quick announcement for all crew members. This is specific to crew members. If you're going to be up there on the starting line, that's okay. But please make sure your shoes are clean. It is reportedly a little bit of a mess on the starting line right now. So please make sure if you're coming on up that your shoes are clean. First pair up in Top Comp, it's going to be Colton Morin. Colton Morin running the Morin Motorsports Dragster. While Jan Christensen brings up El Gringo, the Nova. And problem's going to settle in for Colton Morin on the line. So Jan Christensen will be going on a single hit. It'll be 5:49, 127 miles an hour with a 009 reaction time. They kick off qualifying here for Top Comp. Top Comp, one of only a couple classes that qualifies off of ET, the other one being door slammers here this afternoon. So a 5:49 going to be the benchmark time. But with that dragster in the water box, I'm willing to bet it's going to be beaten pretty quickly. Andy Hatton running the 1969 Grinch Camaro will be in the TCS lane as they're going to back Colton Morin out. So a little bit of cleanup still taking place here on the starting line after Colton Morin was pushed back out for a mechanical issue. Again, we got Andy Hatton and Cade Shirk waiting patiently underneath the Lorco Auto Parts Spectator Bridge. Half Track Snack Shack currently open for business, so by all means, feel free to jump on down there and give them a bit of business there. I'm sure they would be happy to serve you breakfast here on this Saturday morning. And we'll hopefully be back to racing before too long here. So Andy Hatton and Cade Shirk make their way into the water box. And to the number one qualified spot, it's going to be Cade Shirk with a 4:55 at 151 miles an hour. Andy Hatton going 5:32 at 129 miles an hour. Next up, it's going to be Logan Bell and Jeremy Soares. Soares running the Soares Transportation. And Quick Tech Race Cars, Cameron Dragster on the Lordco side. TCS side, Logan Bell out of Courtney running the 2018 Reher Dragster. Logan Bell going 4:55, 153 miles an hour. Jeremy Soares 4:75 at a $1.45. Greg Dowdy brings it up over here, TCS side with the Ragnator Systems machine, racing against Scott Robertson with a 1994 Beretta. And the door slammer beats the dragster to the line as Scott Robinson going 492, 141 miles an hour. Greg Dowdy 495 at 138. So next up, it's Derek Shirk running up against a dragster that is not yet on file. Derek Shirk caught napping on the line, but goes 4:43, 154 miles an hour. Derek Shirk straight to the number one qualifying spot. His opponent going 4:51 at 153, putting him number two. And how about this? A beautiful looking Bel Air over here in the TCS lane now. So we roll into National Tire Wholesale Pro Bracket as Steve Baskerville and Rob Getz. The first two down, Trent, the Volkswagen Golf R, going 1170 to 116 miles an hour. By the way, with Pro Bracket on the line, Sportsman, this is your standby call. Sportsman, you're on a short standby call. Get ready to go for your one and only qualifier. Mike Render, Ralph Ehlers for Fountain Tire. Over here, Tower side, set to go up against Ralph Ehlers over on the Lordco side. Bit of cleanup going on behind Steve Baskerville's machine. Another reminder to make sure that your wheel wells and tires are completely cleaned out and that AC is off when you are running down the racetrack. So we don't need to be down for cleanup. Continuing to fight our way through Pro Bracket qualifying here this afternoon. Steve Sheffer and Walter Johnson just made hits down the racetrack. We got one not on file over here on the Tower side alongside John Tabak. Tabak going out round one of the Super Pro Racing Champions, but did make it into the final round of the Pro Bracket and lost to Matt Warner with the Raptor Systems S10. A lot of wheel spin for Dave Smith's Fox Body over here. Sorry, Malibu over on the Tower side. Kim Cornish running down to the Mustang 2 on the far side of the racetrack. Smith goes 10:38, 135 miles an hour. Cornish 11:14 at 118 miles an hour. Next up, we'll bring up Claudio Fisher for the Viewpoint Construction Chevrolet alongside a Dodge Dart. Dart going to go 1075, 123 miles an hour. Fisher goes 1083 at 121. Now we'll bring up Ross Walker with the Preston Chevrolet Chevy 2. Racing against Rob Monroe Jr. with the Winter Harbor Marine and RV 1969 Acadian out of Surrey. Walker and Monroe, down track. Walker, 10:11, 130 miles an hour. Monroe Jr., 10:45 at a $1.26. Now it's Brandon Piskacek going up against Nathaniel Copeland. The Buick Racing Motor Canada with Thomas Mustang racing against the Chevy Malibu out of Surrey on the far side. Copeland goes 12:46, 105 miles an hour. That brings up Mal Patterson in another car that is not yet on file, but I do believe that is John Vandeven on the far lane of the racetrack. So Patterson running for Albion Thailand, Maple Ridge Valvoline Express Care, and the Malfunction Acadian against the Firebird of Vandeven on the far side. Vandeven going to go 10:10, 131 miles an hour. Mal Patterson going 10:15 at a $1.31. Next up, it's Elijah Copeland with the Chevy Camaro against Ryan Lasota with a 1975 Nova SS out of Campbell River, running a 383 stroker motor under the hood. Attention to the pits. We need sportsmen to the lanes. Sportsmen to the lanes. Sportsmen, come on up to the lanes. That is sportsmen to the lanes. Once again, please keep your tires clean, racers. We're still getting a lot of gravel being pulled up to the line. Please make sure your tires are clean when they're coming up to the starting line. Al Brock running the 1970 Plymouth will get out in front, and Al Brock will look to get there first. Goes 10:86, 116 miles an hour. His opponent 11:70 at 114. And now it is Matt Warner, Race of Champions, winner that knocked out John Demack last night. The 1966 Comet out of Sumas, Washington, going to be racing against Shaylin Svetic with a front engine dragster. Svetic going 9:12, 143 miles an hour. Matt Warner going to go 10:47 at 124. We will now bring up Craig Johns with the BC Scale and Johnson's Customs Exhaust Malibu Wagon going against Daryl Tippy in the Chevy 2. Johnson carrying the front wheels, goes 001 red on the tree. Johnson goes 10.53, 121 miles an hour. Dale Tibby 11.46 at $1.16. Still got a few more cars in pro bracket here. Lorenz Schwartz bringing it up on the far side from Bubba Speed Shop. The 1983 Monte Carlo. Hey, listen up, Super Pro. Super Pro, this is your standby call. Super Pro, you are going to be on standby here. Super Pro, this is your standby call. Dave Jung, the next one down track with his Camaro. Alongside a pickup over on the left-hand side. Dave Jung going to get there first, going 10.64. 126 miles an hour to opponent, 11.15. Ryan LeDray and John Basinski now fire down track. LeDray going to go 10.30 at 129 miles an hour alongside Basinski, who goes 10.83 at 119. Chris Stone will be the last car up in pro bracket. A big thank you to the National Tire Wholesale. Proud to have them on as a valued partner here at Mission Raceway Park. Their commitment to keeping drivers equipped with quality tires and trusted brand supports not only the racing world, but everyone who lives life in the fast lane. Thank you to National Tire Wholesale for keeping BC rolling. Sports will be the next class up into the water box. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. Super Pro, once again, you are on standby. Expect your call here in just a few minutes. And in fact, we're going to make the call right now for Super Pro. So, well, we put you on Super Pro already. We put you on standby already. We're going to make that call to the lanes. Super Pro to the lanes for your first and only qualifying round. Super Pro to the lanes. Mountain View Harley-Davidson Motorcycles, this is your standby call. First pair up, Steve Baskerville, alongside Eric Hansen. Baskerville going to go 11.99 at 116 miles an hour. Hanson 12.17 at 109. We now bring up Haley Christensen with the 1967 C10 alongside Brendan Piskacek, the current Race of Champions winner from last night in the Buick Racing and Motorcade of the Thomas Machine, kicking out Steve Watkins for the ROC. Christensen goes 11.58 at 115 miles an hour. Piskacek 13.07 at 102. Next up, it's Tyson Lowe in the Camaro. Roland Lowen with the Lorca Auto Parts 1955 Meteor. Dallas Nassie and Piskacek, the next two down track. Nassie in the 2000 Honda Civic going to go 13.05 at 106 miles an hour. Piskacek 14.38 at 96. For the next pair, it's Bill Wells, the TNT Auto Parts Malibu, racing against Rob Getz in the 2024 Ford F-150. Bill Wells, 11.52, 113 miles an hour. Rob Getz going 13.56 at 106. Now it's Veronica Hodgson and Sylvia Hookston's the Lorca Auto Parts Dart. Racing against Baby Blue with the Ford Mustang out of Maple Ridge. Hodgson firing down track, going to get there first, 11.92 at 109 miles an hour. Hookston's 12.05 at 111. Next up, it's Sean Langley. Racing against Joel Smith with the Zapstrap Racing and Gibson Racing's Transmissions Chevelle. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need motorcycles to lane 6. That is motorbikes to lane 6. Motorbikes, bring them on up to lane number 6. And Hot Rod, you are on standby. The Mustang goes 11.66, 114 miles an hour. Joel Smith, 11.83 at $1.16. We bring up Jessica Armstrong and Jim Mantle. Armstrong taking Crystal Dieger, Fountain Tire Badass Garage, and J&K Racing for getting her dart down track. Well, Mantle runs the Black Creek 1977 AMC. $13.19, 103 miles an hour for Jessica Armstrong. Jim Mantle going 14.18 at 91. We now bring up Graham McNeil with the 2000 Mustang alongside Jim Olson in the Mustang. McNeil going to go 14.66, 93 miles an hour, while Jim Wilson goes 15.12 at 90 miles an hour. Radtor Systems Super Pro coming up next. Power, precision, performance. That's what drives Radtor Systems, a BC company trusted worldwide for torque tools that never quit. From pit crews to heavy industry, Rad delivers the muscle behind the machines. Radtor Systems, proudly Canadian, globally respected. See the tech behind the torque at radtorque.com. Montevichel, Stu Funk were the first two down track. They went 10.19 to $1.28, and Funk went 10.81 to 121. Scott Robinson back to bear on a single pass with his door slammer for the 1994 Beretta. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Hot Rod to lanes 3 and 4. Hot Rod bringing it up lanes 3 and 4. Super Combo, you are on standby. Jen Christensen comes on up with the 1967 Nova, running against Dan Parsons with the Quality Racing Duster. 007 red on the tree, 854 to 157 for Christensen. Parsons goes 1092 at 130 miles an hour. We'll bring up Kevin McNichol and John Jenkins. The Raptor Systems 67 Nova running up against the West Coast Building Restorations Mackenzie Racing and Bubba Speed Shop S10. McNichol 10-12, 132 miles an hour. Jenkins 10-41 at about 26. Andy Hatton, the next one up. He races against Mike Stewart. Bubba Speed Shop and Derek Shirk represented over here, TCS side out of Langley, while Stewart brings in the Kent Specialty Auto, Gibson's Racing Transmissions, Link Performance, Big Owl, Motorsports, and Bucky Smith, the Excavating Machine on the far side. Field taking off down track as Andy Hatton goes 836 at 160 miles an hour. Stewart goes 1003 at 131. Next up, it's Jason Gibson. Nothing yet on file, but we know it's a Plymouth on the far side of the racetrack. .904, 145 miles an hour in the right lane. Gibson goes 971 at the .137. Jeremy Soares, 009 on the tree, goes to the #1 qualifying spot in the Cameron Dragster, while Emma Debris Coos gonna go with the BD lift truck, Shawnigan truck, competition tree services, Bowtie Ventures, the straight line race cars, Art Moores and Dragster. Sorry, make that #2 on the tree for Jeremy Soares, as the 007 will put a different driver into the #1 qualifying spot. Daryl Tippy and Kate Shirk, the next two up. The Chevy 2 versus the Dragster. Cade Shirk out and flying, goes 716, 185 miles an hour. Daryl Tippy going to go 1076 at 127 miles an hour. John Tabak is the next one up with Radtorque Systems S10. He races against Brad Powell. Powell and Linda Washington running the 1967 Chevelle. John DeBag will go 10:46 at 126. Next up, it's Rick Modal with the 1969 Camaro to Courtney. Modal's goes 759, 181 miles an hour. Lorenz Schwartz and Craig Johnson, the next two up. Bubba Speed Shop and Derek Shirk representing the Monte Carlo Beer Tower side. On the Lordco side is the BC Scale and Johnson's Customs exhaust machine. Up high for Craig Johnson as he slams back down 7,000 to separate them on the tree. 011 to an 018. Lorenz Schwartz goes 10-11, 132 miles an hour. Craig Johnson 10:48 at 122. Greg Dowdy, the next one up, and it looks like he will be on a single pass on the far side. Greg Dowdy going to go 778, 170 miles an hour. And Derek Shirk completes his burnout. Attention to pits, attention to the pits. Super combo to the lanes. Super combo to the lanes for your first and only qualifier. Super combo to the lanes. Super shifters, you are on standby. And door slammers, you are on a 10-minute standby. So super combo to the lanes. Super shifters, you're on a short standby. And door slammers, you are on a 10-minute standby. .693 and 184 miles an hour for Derek Shirk. Stephen Robert will be the next one up in the Evil Bucket Roadster down here on the Lordco side. Safe cruise out on the top end, just taking a look at everything up there, making sure everything is in tip-top shape before we stand Stephen Robert down in his Roadster. Once again, we have called Super Combo up to lanes 1 and 2. Super Combo, this is your second call, lanes 1 and 2. Super Combo, bring him on up to lanes 1 and 2. Super Shifters are still on standby, as are Door Slammers. Looks like everything is good to go, so we're going to fire up the Roadster and make another hit. Well, Javon Brar was set to make a hit, and it looks like it's not going to materialize. The Z28 is going to be backed out underneath the Lorca Auto Parts Spectator Bridge. Wild Bill brings it up with a 1985 Kawasaki as we kick off action for Mountain View Harley-Davidson Motorcycles. Jody Brickwood for Brickwood Renovations comes on up over on the right-hand side. No problem setting in for Jody Brickwood as the bike struggle to find a gear. Wild Bill gonna go 920, 138 miles an hour. Jody Brickwood 11:26 and 127 at the end of the run. Next up, it's Daryl Storzug with the Elite Pro Suzuki. And no time logged there for Daryl Storzug as he did not give the tree time to stage, so Storzug's run will not count to the qualifier. Corey Craig up next with the Black Lightning Hayabusa alongside Dwayne Stevens with the Hayabusa sporting 1,300 cc's underneath them. Top end of the racetrack, Corey Craig going 787, 170 miles an hour. Stevens going to go 968 at $149. Now, we don't often see a dirt bike out here, but we got one today. Tom Duran breaking out that machine as he'll square off against Anna Donaldson. Dubbing that bike evidently Kraken Mark II. I will say it lacks some of the speed that the first Kraken has. Probably doesn't feel as dramatic to call it the Kraken, but we'll call it Kraken 2. no. Anna, this is what the computer says to you whenever you do that. Just gives you 2 middle fingers up yours. Ginny goes 1044, 126 miles an hour. Wellwood goes 1400 at 129 miles an hour. Pops the Laundry at the top end. Wellwood, though, with a pretty big red light. That 14 seconds, not a realistic time, considering there was a 6.5 seconds to the 60 foot. Next up, it's another dart. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to make the call for Super Shifters to lanes 1 and 2. McLeod Clutches BC Super Shifters bringing them out to lanes 1 and 2. That is Super Shifters to lanes 1 and 2. Terry Hookston's the next one up. Braymander over on the far side of the racetrack will get a better launch and we'll get to the finish line first. 10.73, 122 miles an hour. Terry Hookston's goes 11.95 at 110. Now it's Jason Grunland with the Chevelle against Roy Roman. Now, this Chevelle here loves to carry the front wheels on launch. So expect to see this thing high in the air. One, two, three, bounces when it comes back down as he takes off to the top end of the racetrack. Grunland goes 9.44, 141 miles an hour. Roman 11.35 and 117. And cars shutting off as apparently Roy Roman may have left, the Trick or Treat Rambler may have left some stuff behind on the starting line. While it's quiet, we will announce that we have made the call again for McLeod Clutches BC Super Shifters to come on up to the lanes. Super Shifters, you should already be making your way on down to the lanes. So slowing on down, we're waiting on you. Powell will go 10.43, 127 miles an hour. His opponent 11.13 at $1.17, and that will just leave one more car here in Hot Rod before we roll into our special classes. Big thanks to Old Car Center Hot Rod and Old Car Center for backing the Passion at Mission Raceway. Whether it's classic cruisers or hot rods, they've been keeping vintage rides alive and looking sharp for decades on end. Thanks for preserving car culture and supporting the scene from the garage to the grandstands. Next up, it's Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo. From Vancouver to Vernon, Kelowna to Kitimat, wherever you drive in BC, Lordco Auto Parts is just down the road. With over 90 stores across British Columbia and Alberta, they've got the parts, the tools, and the accessories to keep your car, truck, or RV running right. Whether you're a backyard mechanic or a pro in the shop, Lordco's expert staff and huge inventory means you'll find exactly what you need and fast. Lordco Auto Parts, proudly BC, always stocked and always local. Attention to pits, attention to pits. We need door slammers to lanes 3 and 4. Door slammers bring them up to lanes 3 and 4 with overflow to 5 and 6. That is door slammers to 3 and 4 and overflow to 5 and 6. So Super Combo rolls into the water box. Only 3 types of indexes allowed: 1090s, 990s, or 890s. Most drivers usually go for the 1090s to get a clean tree. The NHRA Super Street Index. Larry Miner brings up the 1969 Camaro out of Sedro-Woolley. Top end of the racetrack, 1086 and 146 miles an hour from Iander. His opponent, 1087 and 129. Dan Parsons running the P&W Adventure Dan Quality Racing Duster. Going up against the Epp, the 1966 Ford Mustang, once driven by the late Jerry Epp, now driven by Sylvia Hookstins. Dan Parsons going 1091, 130 miles an hour after a double of one of the tree, so a good run for him. Hookstins 1109 and 131 miles an hour. To bring on Martin Rochelle and Steve Vitch. The 78 Malibu squaring off against the 72 Duster. One driver from Surrey, the other from Courtney. Top end, Rochelle, 1090 with an 8. So Rochelle right on the money, just has to work on the reaction time a little bit. Steve Vitch, meanwhile, going 1084 at 126 miles an hour. Warren Jacobson, the next one up, he goes up against Brad Vinge on the far side. Warren Jacobson, a little bit sluggish off the lines, an issue for Jacobson's car, as he'll take the scenic route to the top end of the racetrack, while Brad Vinge goes 1079 at 148. And that rolls us into McLeod Clutches BC Super Shifters. Grant Clone brings up the A&A Performance Chassis 1967 Ford Fairlane, a licensed street car, that one, running up against Keith Armstrong with the A&A Performance Camaro dubbed the Meat Dog. Wheels up, tearing to the top end as Cologne goes 866, 154 miles an hour. Armstrong 869 at 156. Next up, it's Bob Love in the Chevrolet racing against Dale Posnick with a 1967 Mustang. Bit of a wobble from Bob Love off the hitch, but he's off and running on a double of one reaction time. Goes 889, 149 miles an hour. Posnick, 1037 at $131. Next up, it's Will Zork, the 1962 Bel Air, running up against Jamie Roth with the Shin Kicker Racing Comet. Jamie Roth firing down track, puts down a 10:03, 134 miles an hour. Will Zork 11:06 at 122. Next up, we got the Mustang Fox Body here. going up against Rich Graves with the 1967 El Camino out of Puyallup. Rich Graves gets there first quite easily, 11:53 at 118 miles an hour, while the Mustang goes 14:15 at 96. Next up, it's John DePorgan and Al Lougheed. The Camaro dials in against the 1970 Ford Falcon. Port 10:13, 130 miles an hour. Lougheed 10:04 at about 41. And the next duo up, we've got Dan Gray, the Gray Performance Motorsports Ford pickup, racing against Keith Winterbottom in the Rags to Riches Top Shop Lorco Auto Parts 1968 Camaro. Launch there for Keith Winterbottom as the car lurched once, twice, then three, but eventually gets it rolling. 9:44, 151 miles an hour. Dan Gray 11:64 at 116. Once again, we have called door slammers to lanes 3 and 4 with overflow into 5 and 6. That is door slammers into lanes 3 and 4 with overflow into 5 and 6. As it looks like we have wrapped up all of contention here for Super Shifters. So door slammers, you're the next ones up. If you're not there, you need to get there ASAP. With Associated Tire and Auto, Canada West Door Slammers, just around the corner.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor and I wasn't really having the best time. I just talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with Tristan. I decided to take them and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy, you know. You kind of see what you build here. You can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than a Tristan Mechanical.
It's not just a job, it's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets around a piece of JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
at home with the live feed.
Move forward, Rangers, the vanishing word stunt team. And the wind light. Association here looking for that outside line. We are going to ramp it up big time from here. Expecting pro competition. A beauty.
$2,500 cash winning prize.
Really awesome. Share the replay provided by Valley Tech Production Group. This is just the beginning, folks.
Hey, listen up, all drivers on the property, If you are interested, we are doing photo shoots today for our racers with Les Puhala. That will be on the 3rd floor of the timing tower from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. This is open to all ages. So drivers, if you're wanting to go and get a photo taken, go to the 3rd floor of the timing tower from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. here this afternoon. And as well as that, there's also a Racer Appreciation Barbecue that'll be down at the Max Fox Building at the conclusion of racing tonight. So once racing is over, swing on down to the Max Fox Building. There's a Racer Appreciation Barbecue that'll be waiting for you. Pairing up. And the driver in the TCS lane is going to be a major threat for number one qualifier. It's the Jubilee RV Lorco Auto Parts 1969 Opel GT. His fastest run has been 6.4 and 227 miles. The 572 cubic inch big block Chevy turbo motor under the hood. Running up against Dave Kowalski, who is in a new car here this afternoon with a big blower sticking out of the hood. Both cars launch well. Greg Field hot out of the gates. Gonna throw down a 691, 201 miles an hour. His opponent 759 and 169 miles an hour. But with that car able of going 6.4s, Greg Field's Opel is definitely capable of better. Bringing up Roger Winter now with that giant wing on the rear end of the Jim Winter collectible machine out of Aldergrove. He runs up against James Kennedy of the Kent Speciale 2004 Pontiac Grand Am. Taking off for both cars, James Kennedy, top end of the racetrack. He's going to go to the number one with a 688 at 200 miles an hour. Roger Winter, 825 at 160. Next up, we've got Paul DeBrie Jr., the 1966 Valiant out of Shawnigan Lake Trucking. And straight line race car was racing against Chris Lloyd with the 1997 Camaro out of Oyama, there we go. Oyama, British Columbia. Chris Lloyd gets there first, 843, 158 miles an hour. Paul DeBrie Jr., 851 to the 157. Now, for the next two, Jason Field for Richard Racing Engines, Greenlight Auto Financing, On Tap Racing 71, Mentor Motorsports Induction Solution, and TK Performance brings up the 1971 Chevelle with a two-stage motor, racing against Mike Kenworthy in the 1992 Illusion Motorsports and Speed Mart Firebird. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need a license and test to lanes 5 and 6. That is license and test. Bring them up to lanes 5 and 6. License and test to lanes 5 and 6. We're also going to make a standby call for juniors to the lanes. Juniors, make your way on up to the lanes. That is juniors to the lanes. Mike Kenworthy move towards the center line off the takeoff. Gets it back into the groove, though. Jason Field goes 7-12, 190 miles an hour. Kenworthy 824 at $1.64. That will put Jason Field into the number 3 spot on the qualifying sheets for now. Next up, it's Brian Ritchie with his Ritchie Racing Engines Chevelle. He races up against Steve Lowe with the 1992 Pontiac Firebird. Yet another one coming on up to the lanes. Well, boy, Steve Lowe just didn't leave. Brian Ritchie, top end of the racetrack, going 794, 171 miles an hour as Steve Lowe encounters big problems. And now he's going to launch. 17 seconds on the tree. He's going to be lucky if he gets a time in here. Might get timed out of the top end. No, he gets there in time. 823, 172 miles an hour. So next up, it's Otto Schulte, the Georgia Straight Line Collision Associated Tire, Odlum Brown, Lord Quad Parts, Ron Dax, and Gary Left Cavalier against the Ken Specialty Autos machine of Terry Langdon Davies. Schulte wiggled around a little bit in the groove, goes 757, 180 miles an hour. Langdon Davies, 867, 159. Now, Ray Rusianis with XC Pause, Chevy 2 against Grant Howell with Fast Orange. Rusiani going to back it up, back behind the burnout box here this afternoon as Grant Howell will back up behind the staging beams as well. Both cars away. Top end, Howell, 786, 172 miles an hour. Rusiani going to go 841 to the $1.61. Next up, two more cars with burnouts complete and slowly backing up behind the staging beams here. Once again, both drivers away and both of them away on green lights for Mike Bedsworth and Dale Graz. Dale Bedsworth going to go 706, 191 miles an hour for the Cutlass, while the Pacific Coast Traffic Planning Chevelle going to go 705 at 193. Derek Shirk bringing up the Bel Air. And he will be racing up against Dale Phillips with the 1999 Mach 1 Mustang. Dale Phillips racing to the top end of the racetrack, goes 746, 182 miles an hour, while Derek Shirk goes 769 at 173. Paul Stretch, the next one up for the Mid-Island Engines Cavalier out of Duncan, BC. He races Chad Hops in the Aftermath Racing, Boulder Excavating, Comox Valley Excavating, 1983 Chevy S10. Number one qualifier so far remains James Kennedy with that 688 at 200 miles an hour. Stretch 723, 191 miles an hour. Chad Hops going 798 at 171. Now, here's another driver that can be a major threat. For number one qualifier, Rod Leclerc. On the Tower side, Leclerc has made several sub-7-second passes all season long. Getting him down track is Paradise Homes Kent Specialty Auto, Joe Leclerc, Tommy and Andy Leclerc, his dad, running a 1967 Camaro with a 598 motor under the hood, while Mark Thompson bringing up the Marvel Racing Studebaker over on the far side. Stage. Leclerc with a bit of a tire shake drives through it, top end of the racetrack. New number one qualifier, 670 with a 5, 205 miles an hour. Absolutely blowing Kennedy's 688 out of the water by almost 0.2 of a second. Mark Thompson going 748 at 181 miles an hour. Frank Marcus, the next one up, running the 1970 Duster. He raced against Henry Zacharias with the Zacharias Inventory Limited 1953 Corvette. the next bunch head down the racetrack here. It's going to be Henry Zacharias going 768 at 176 miles an hour. Marcus going 795 at $174. And looking like one of the last cars up here is going to be Darren Buick with the Evans Excavating Nova. Buick, the last car down, will be an 817 at 163 miles an hour. Dane Leckel bringing up the dragster here to make a testing hit. That car normally running in the top dragster category. A car started to get out from underneath them at around the 8th mile mark, made the very wise move to just shut it off and coast at the top end. Went for an 8th mile pass as well at 419, 176 miles an hour with a 002 light. That car did not look like the most stable thing in the world, though. Attention to pits, 10 to the pits. We're making the official call for juniors to the lanes. Juniors to the lanes. We're going to once again have Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, Street to 3 and 4. That is Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, Street to 3 and 4 for first round of eliminations. And making a test pass is Chris Stone in a new race car. That used to be a Jim Audi Pro modified with a Jerry Bickle chassis. That was a record-breaking Pro mod back in 2005 that Chris Stone now finds in his possession, a Mopar-powered machine. So Stone out here making some test hits at the Farmer Memorial Mission Finals. Stone going to go 880, 155 miles an hour to the quarter. So first pair of eliminations on the afternoon. We started off with Lyndon Reynolds, dialed in at 1096 for the second-gen racing Hoosier Tire Acura against Jenna Monroe with the A&M Marketing Winter Harbor Marina and RV 2008 Tahoe, dialed in at 1086. Both drivers away on a green light. And the first driver moving on in the mission finals is going to be Lyndon Reynolds, as Jenna Monroe got there first, but went significantly under the dial in doing so. So Reynolds moves on. Jenna Monroe will watch the rest of today from the sidelines. Next up, it's Tyler Smith. The Zapstrap Racing Chevy 1500 dials in 1084 against Cash in the Mustang, who dials in at 970. Smith gets their way out in front as Cash was down on the tree by a good margin. So Tyler Smith winning that one on a hole shot. Josh Klosky, the next one up into the water box alongside Shelby McNeil. The Design for Indigenous Travel and SYUR Enterprises S10 dials in 9 seconds. We'll be leaving over a second later to Shelby McNeil with the McNeil Racing Team Nissan, who dials in at 10:15. Red light start for Shelby McNeil. Goes out quickly as Josh Klosky, the Race of Champions winner, will be in to round number 2. Next up, Sophia Getz with the Stay Tuned Auto Repair Ford F-250, dials in 918, running against Jackson Dew for the JBS Equipment GMC, dialed in at 1075. Attention in the pits, attention to the pits. We need Topcom to the rear of staging to be laddered. Topcom to the rear of staging for laddering. And standby call going out to National Tire Wholesale Pro Bracket. So Pro, you're on standby. Topcom to the rear staging for laddering. Sophia Getz will not be moving on as Jackson Dew takes her out. We move on to James McNeil and David Stobie. The 2000s Mustang dials in 950 against David Stobie with the Stobie Excavated Camaro from 9-7, dialed in at 949. (961), 71 miles an hour from McNeil. Stobie going 973 back at 73 miles an hour. Tara Monroe, the next one up for A&M Marketing Group and Bubba Speed Shop, dials in 1089 against Riker Towson, the Ryan's Custom Concrete Kia Sorrento, going in at 954. Josephine Smith, of course, will have the bye run here this afternoon. Towson moves on. And we have your E2 ladder. So Junior Thunder rolling around under the Lorco Auto Parts Spectator Bridge. Ashton Katnick will take the bio run this afternoon, coming off of a 0:27 reaction time, the best one in the lone qualifying session that we had this afternoon. Grayson Moss, running for New Elevation Civil Construction, will go up against Paige Barlow for the Dead Man Racing Machine. 9:05 to a 10:66. Just over a second and a half will separate these two on the line. Grayson Moss going 9, 10, 72 miles an hour. Will move on as Paige Barlow went too quick, went under the dial by over a tenth of a second. So Grayson Moss will move into the next round. We'll bring up Cadence Rodriguez dialed in at 897, racing against Danica Harder for Anderson A1 Auto House, and the Creative Dragster dialed in at 1452 to the 897 that Rodriguez got. Both drivers wearing green lights. Danica Harder, 3 thou on the tree. Is that enough? Yes, it is. As Cadence Rodriguez went too quick, trying to get around her. That race won on the starting line. A stellar drive for Danica Harder. Nash Gallant and Owen Armstrong, the next two up. The Lorca Auto Parts, Bill Ron Truck Body, BDL Auto, Rocket Coatings, and those guys. Customs Dragster dials in 1197 against Armstrong, who dials in 1204 for the Badass Garage, Lorca Auto Parts, Home Masters Team, and Fountain Tire Creative Dragster. Top end of the racetrack, it's Nash Gallant. Double breakout on this one, and Nash was the lesser offender. Armstrong got there first, under though by more. Nash Gallant moves on. How about Hunter Thompson? The JBS Equipment Machine dials at 893 against Nate Green for True North Mechanical and Lorca Auto Parts, dialed in at 890. Both drivers pre-staged, one fully staged. Now the other. Twin greens. And at the 8th, another double breakout. It's back to Hunter. So Nate Green, the Race of Champions winner from last night, is out in round 1 of eliminations this afternoon. Tough break for the youngster. Pearson Boss up next for New Excavation Civil Construction, dialed in at 1220 against Hunter Gallant for Lorca Auto Parts, Bill Ron Truck Body, BDL Auto, Rocket Coatings, and those guys Customs, dialed in 890. So an over 3-second advantage. Pearson Moss is away, so is Hunter Gallant. And at the 8th mile mark, it's going to be Hunter Gallant moving on into the next round. Pearson Moss was only 1/1000th of a second off the dial, but was down on Hunter Gallant by over 2/10 on the tree. That is what won it there for Hunter Gallant, who took it by less than half of a tenth. Jack Green and Kira Hart are the next one up. True North Mechanical and Lorca Auto Parts over here on the TCS side. He dials in at 1190, yet another one of the Green brothers. To his right in the Lorca lane, it's the Anderson A1 Auto House Creative Dragster of Kira Harder, dialed in at 1395. Kira Harder will be moving on as Jack Green drives around her, but unfortunately is just 14 thousandths under the dial. Such a tough break when he beat her there by almost half a second. Jack Green will be kicking himself on that one down in the pits. Now, so that is not James McNeil, that is Alex Green. That just went red by Trip Zip with a 5 ten-thousandths red will mean a foul on the tree as Wesley Armstrong going to go 9.23 at 69 miles an hour. Tough break again for Alex Green. And that is all 3 greens out in round number 1. We move now into Junior Lightning. Nick Bond, the first one up, 1,790 for JBS Equipment, racing against Connor Jackson out of Abbotsford. The Mike Bosch Dragster dials in a 797 for TKO Hot Rods, Amsoil, Rodrigue Family Racing, Fitness Lab, Lorca Auto Parts, and Bubba Speed Shop. Nick Bond taking off down track. 790, 80 miles an hour. Connor Jackson going 795 at 80 miles an hour. A breakout for Connor Jackson. We'll see Nick Bond take this one into the next round. Adam Katnick, the next one up for Lorca Auto Parts and TK Performance. He races into a 790. 0.2 of a second off of his dial. It's going to be McKenna Thompson for JBS Equipment, dialed in at 810. Green lights are down. Adam Katnick trying to stay out in front. Got there first, but is under by 16. So McKenna Thompson will be moving into the next round. We bring up the next pair. Leaving first will be the Lordco lane. Coca Kowalski out of Chilliwack for Dayco Ventures, dials in at 807. Left lane, down in the 790 is the Rodrigue Family Racing Mike Bosch Dragster of Bentley Johnson. Johnson breaks out of the top end after getting there first, so Coco Kowalski will be the one to move into round number 2. Next up, it's Isabella Marshall for Kenco Petroleum and DeSilva Auto World. The driver to Vernon, BC, dials in 8:05 as the bye run. Hey, listen up out there. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. For all Race of Champions cars, your checks are available up here in the timing tower, except for juniors. Juniors, you should go and see Shelly. So once again, Race of Champions payouts are now available up on the second floor of the timing tower, unless you're a junior. If you're in juniors, go and see Shelly for your payout. So the last pair in junior lighting, it's Adeline Duda for KLJ Holdings Performance World and Bumper to Bumper with a half-scale dragster down in the 790. April Bond with JBS Equipment dialing in at 795. Uh-oh. Sounds like Adeline Duda's car may have just lost life as they run for the starter motor. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need Pro Bracket to the lanes. Pro Bracket, make your way up to the lanes. Pro Bracket to the lanes. Stand by for Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. And this is going to turn into a competition single as Adeline Duda's car going to be back out from the water box. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We are very much happy to have our furry friends with us, but just a reminder, your dog must be on a leash Leashes are a mandatory. If you have pet animals around, we don't want our friends being run over by any potential cars down there in the pits. Thank you very much. So top comp, first one up to bear, it's Derek Shirk with the bye run. Running the 2022 Mullis Dragster dialed in at 440. Next pairing up, we got Greg Dowdy over here, dialed in 494. Dowdy will race against Cade Shirk, dialed in at 455. Greg Dowdy going to move on as he takes out Cade Shirk. So Shirk will be packing it up here this afternoon as Greg Dowdy will be moving into the next round. Now it's Jan Christensen and Jeremy Soares. The 1967 Nova dials in 550, leaving 3/4 of a second earlier than Jeremy Soares' Quick Tech race cars and Soares Transportation Cameron tracks are dialed in at 476. They're both green. Top end at the 8th mile mark. It's Jeremy Soares. Christian got there first, but goes under by 25 thousandths of a second. So Jeremy Soares takes him out and moves into the next round. Next up, Scott Robinson, running the 1994 Beretta. He dials in 494. Alongside him is going to be Zach Clark. The 2019 Miller Dragster, local to the Mission area, dials in at 453 for the Dragster. It's going to be Robinson taking it on a double breakout. And how about this? Listen to these numbers here, folks. Zach Clark gets there first by 13 thousandths, but he is under by just 2 thousandths. Scott Robinson still takes it, though, because he only broke up by 6/10 thousandths of a second. Talk about close, close, close. Next to Andy Hatton brings up the Grinch, dialed in 539. He raced against Logan Bell, the 2018 Dragster, dialed in at 454. Both cars taking off as Andy Hatton gets there first. He breaks out by 7 thou. So Logan Bell moves into round number 2. And that will not close out eliminations. We still have Paul Soares and Dane LeKelt set to make a hit. That didn't sound good. Pretty deep pop. Heard that all the way up. I felt that all the way up here in the tower. And they're gonna back him up as the car loses life. Paul Soares in the Bel Air. Gonna get set for his burnout. And this looking like it's going to turn into a single hit here as they are hooking Dane LeCelt up to the golf cart. So Paul Soares headed down the racetrack on a comp single, and he will go 480 at 114 miles or 43 miles an hour off of a 006 light. So next cars up, it's going to be National Tire Wholesale Pro Bracket. Started it off with Nathaniel Copeland in the Malibu, dialed in at 12:46 to race against Brendan Piskacek. For the Buick Racing Motor Canada with Thomas Mustang, dialed in at 13:16. Red light start for Copeland. So Piskacek starts his day off strong as he will get a free pass into the second round of competition here this afternoon. So next one up, Lorenz Schwartz of the red light start, 0.03 of a second red out of the gate. Rough ride for him. His opponent moves into the next round. Kim Cornish and Rob Getz with the next two down track. Both drivers have left on green lights. They were separated by 600ths on the dial-ins. Top end of the racetrack. Give it to Cornish. How about that? Cornish is locked in at the top end. Dead on the number. Only 0.7 of a second off. When 11:14.07 on the 11:14 dial does not get much better than that. Chris Stone brings his Stone Cold Racing, Willowbrook Motors, BG, Wagamasso, Local Auto Parts, and Mopax Dodge Dart up in at 10:20. To race Brad Powell's Chevrolet out of Linden, Washington, he dials in 10:46. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need sportsmen to the lanes, sportsmen to the lanes. That is sportsmen to the lanes for first round of eliminations, and we need Super Pro on standby. Double red lights on this one. Chris Stone will take the W and he lifts out. Does not want to risk hurting the car. So give it up for Brad Powell, who will move on down the racetrack. And, well, Chris Stone is into round 2. Shaitlin Svedek will dial in the front engine drags her at 9:13 against Claudio Fisher for the Viewpoint Construction Machine that dials in at 11:70. Svedek trying to chase after Claudio Fisher now. Up to the top end of the racetrack, and Svedek in the lift, and Svedek takes it as Claudio Fisher, holy cow, 3/4 of a second under the dial-in mark. Ouch! Steve Sheffer dials in 11:50 in the Firebird, racing against Rob Monroe Jr. in the Acadian to dial in 10:47. Sheffer to the top end of the racetrack. Not going to be the one to move on. That goes the way of Monroe in the Acadian as he takes out Steve Sheffer early here this afternoon. Mal Patterson turns on the red light, which will allow Elijah Copeland to move into the next round. Next up is John Tabak and Ross Walker. Now, Tabak in this category went all the way through into the finals in the Race of Champions. Can he go one better here this afternoon? He's got to start by taking out the Preston Chevrolet Chevy 2 of Ross Walker that dials in 10:13 to Tabak's 10:49. Tabak's in around 2 as Ross Walker goes red. Al Prock, the next one up to race against Ralph Ehlers, the Junkyard Dog Mustang, going to go up against the Plymouth. Well, I think I know which driver's winning this one. It will be decided on the tree. Croc almost half a second down, and yeah, no contest. Ralph Ehlers moving on into round number 2. Walter Johnson will be the next one up, running the 1972 Chevelle. He dials in 11-10, squaring off against another Dodge Dart on the far side, down in 1069. Wayne Douglas taking off down track. And Douglas going to go 1074 to 117 miles an hour. That moves him into the next round. We'll bring up Daryl Tippy in the Chevy 2, dials in 1151. Racing against Brian Prescott in his 2003 S10, dialed in that 1008. Daryl Tippy will be moving into round number 2 as Brian Prescott takes him out of competition. Now we got Mike Render, the Fountain Tire S10 out of Chilliwack, dialed in at 1098, going up against John Businski from Pitt Meadows, running the 1970 Plymouth Barracuda. He dials in 1087. Render turns it red by 3 thousandths. So John Businski will be moving into the second round. Ryan Ledre, next one up with Muffler Tech Automotive Cancel. He dials in 1029 against Steve Baskerville, who dials in 1175 at the Volkswagen Golf R out of Vancouver. Ledre gonna go red on the tree, so Steve Baskerville will be moving into the second round. Baskerville is through. And next one up, it's Dave Smith, running some Hoosier tires on the 90s Mustang, dialed in at 980 against Dave Jung in the 1996 Camaro, dialed in at 1066. Smith coming out from Mill Bay. Oh boy, big wheel stand there for Dave Jung. Now the question is, can he stay out in front after that as Dave Smith's trying to chase him down? Quarter mile. He's got it. Dave Jung is moving into round number 2, and Dave Smith is sent packing. We got Matt Warner, next one up for the driver to Sumas, Washington, driving the 1966 Comet, dialed in 1051. Sean Langdon, meanwhile, running the Mach 1 out of Linden, Washington from 1969. He comes up with an 1171. Matt Warner getting the win by 5 thousandths of a second. Was only 7th out off the dial. That race was definitely won at the top end there. Sean Lang, they just braked a little bit too early. We're going to bring up Craig Johnson now and Ryan Lasota. Lasota running the 1975 Nova SS against the BC Scale Johnson's Customs Exhaust Malibu wagon. Got a 1055 to a 1059. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Super Pro to the lanes. Super Pro to the lanes. That is Super Pro. Come on up to the lanes. Johnson going 1061 at 114 miles an hour. Lasota 1062 at 125. And now we got a pickup over here, 1152, going up against Rick McKinney. Dialed in at 1045 with the Camaro. Quarter mile, it's going to be Rick McKinney. 3th thou off the mark. He'll take it by 100th dead on. So Rick McKinney is moving to round 2. And now it's John Vandeven who will be the bye. Vandeven going 1014 at 124 miles an hour. And that rolls us into Sportsman. We'll start off with the Broadway Refrigeration Dodge Dart. Squaring off against the Race of Champions winner with the Buick Racing Motor Canada with Thomas Ford Mustang. It's Eric Hansen dialed in 1218 Tower Side. Also running for Pro Match alongside Piskacek, dialed in 1316 for Brandon. It's going to be Piskacek moving on as Eric Hansen will be having to watch this one from the sidelines. Piskacek beating Hansen out there. Next up, we got Graham McNeil, 1466 dialed in for the Mustang. He races against Bill Wells of the TNT Auto Parts Malibu. Well, we saw Brandon Piskacek up here earlier on. Moving on into the next round, we'll see if Daniel Piskacek can do the same as he races up against Jim Olson. Just saw birthday man Roland Lowen put himself into round 2 of competition, knocking out Haley Christensen C10. And Jim Olson, looking like, I think, timed out, was not able to stage in time. So Daniel Piskacek with a free pass in round number 2. Veronica Hodgson and Jim Mantle, the next 2 up. As Hodgson taking off down track. Clocks in at 12:11, 95 miles an hour. Jim Mantle going 14:34 at 90 miles an hour. So Veronica Hodgson is moving into the next round. Steve Baskerville will be sent packing to Sylvia Hookson's takes it on the double breakout. We'll bring up Tyson Lowe and Sean Langley, 12:52 from 11:74. As both cars hightail it down the racetrack. To the top end, we're going to bring up Sean Langley in round 2 on another double breakout. Lowe got there first, but he's under by more. Next up is Jessica Armstrong and Rob Getz. The Crystal Diego Fountain Tire Badass Garage and J&K Racing Dart dials in 1322 to the 2024 Ford F-150 out of Kamloops dialed in at 1399. Jessica Armstrong moving on. Rob Getz breaking out at the top end of the racetrack. Unfortunate for him. And we are now gearing on up for Super Pro. Just doing a little bit of touch-ups here on the starting line before we get set to kick off action for the Farmer Memorial Mission Finals Super Pro category. Here at the Titanium Strip. Motorcycles, you are on standby for your first round of eliminations here. Again, that is your standby call. Get ready for you to be called up here in just a couple minutes. First pairing coming on up into the water box. It's John DeBag with Rad Torque Systems S10. He squares off against Stu Funk. Stu Funk coming out from Lake Country, British Columbia, running the 1970 Malibu, dials in 1075, while DeBag for the Rad Torque Systems S10 dials in at 1050. Two green ones. John DeBag went out round one of the Race of Champions. Doesn't make it to round two today. He does. Taking out Stu Fung. So John DeBag is into round number two. Matt Dawn, the next one up, dials in 9 seconds. He races against Javon Brar with the Chevy Camaro Z28 dialed in at 1077. Attention in the pits, meaning motorcycles in to lane 6, motorbikes to lane 6. And Hot Rod, you are on standby. So once again, that is motorcycles to lane 6, motorbikes to lane 6, and Hot Rod on standby. Jason Gibson and Warren Jacobs are the next two up. It's going to be 973 for the Mustang going up against the Chevy 2. Down in at 1090. Set it in for Warren Jacobson as he is going to be on a very slow stroll up to the top end. Jason Gibson taking the win on that one by a country mile. That doesn't bode well for Jacobson's efforts in Super Combo later on this afternoon. We're going to bring up Dan Parsons, the Quality Racing Duster, dialing in at 1090. He'll face off against Jeremy Soares, who will have a near 2.5 second handicap in the Cameron Dragster, down at 754. Top end of the racetrack, it's Dan Parsons taking the win into the next round. So Jeremy Soares will be sent out of this one. Soares got there first, but again, he was under by too much. Now it's Martin Rochelle and it's Mike Stewart. The Malibu dials in 1023. Stewart dials in 1003 for the Kent Specialty Auto Gibsons Transmissions. Late Performance, Big Al Motorsports, and Bucky's Mini Excavating Chevrolet. Stewart going to get there and win, but Rochelle did get there first. But get this, he is under by 9 thousandths of a second. Had he been dead on, he would have still lost by 1. So Mike Stewart doing a good job to guarantee himself a win no matter what in that race. We'll bring up Brad Powell and Lorenz Schwartz. Schwartz dialing in at 1017 for Bubba Speed Shop, and Derek Schurig with Monte Carlo, while the Chevelle from Linden, Washington dials in at 845. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Hot Rod to the lanes, Hot Rod to the lanes, Hot Rod to the lanes, and stand by for Lorco Auto Parts Super Combo. That's Hot Rod to the lanes and stand by Super Combo. Red lights start for Powell, sending Schwartz in round 2. Kevin McNichol will be watching the rest of this race from the sidelines as he breaks out by 5 thousandths of a second, sending Daryl Tippy into the next round of contention. We'll bring up Emma Debris-Coos for BD Lift Trucks, Shawnigan Truck and Competition Tree Services, Bowtie Ventures, the Straight Line Race Cars. Emma Debris-Coos dials in 849. John Jenkins dials in 1042 for West Coast Building Restorations, Mackenzie Racing, and Bubba Speed Shop. Emma Debris-Coos turning on the red light by a massive margin. So John Jenkins with the free pass into the next round. Craig Johnson and Greg Dowdy, the next two out. The BC Scale, Johnson Scuffles Exhaust Malibu Wagon races against the Rad Torque Systems Rail Tracks. They're dialed in at 777. Will the 777 dial be enough to get him to luck his way in around number 2 against a heavy hitter? Well, some superstitions are alive, it seems, because the 777 will see a 001 red light from Craig Johnson. Greg Dowdy is into round 2. Jan Christian, the next one up for the Nova, dialed at 856. Cade Shirk running the dragster will dial in 722. Cade Shirk firing down track after Jan Christensen breaks out at the top end, not able to complete the job. Jan Christensen will hang on only just and move into round number 2. Scott Robinson running the 1994 Beretta. He dials in 770 against Andy Hatton, who dials in 837 from Bubba Speed Shop, and Derek Shirk. Red light start for Hatton, and Scott Robinson will bring the Beretta into the second round. And problems settle in for Tom Turand on the Kraken 2, so he will unfortunately be leaving well before the third light. And well, Anna Donaldson with a free pass into the next round. Once again, checks for the Race of Champions are available up here on the second floor of the Timing Tower. But if you are a junior, go and see Shelly. Shelly's got your Race of Champions payouts in the pits. Everyone else, you can come and collect them up here, second floor of the Timing Tower. Next two up, it's Jody Brickwood with the Brickwood Renovations motorbike, dialed in 938. To the right, it is Dwayne Stevens with the Hayabusa, dialed in at 960. Green lights a pair. Jody Brickwood over to the left-hand side, slowing at the 1,000-foot top end of the racetrack. It's Dwayne Stevens moving into round number 2. By 0.03 of a second, we'll move on to Corey Craig with the Black Light Hayabusa. He dials in 786. Dale Storzak with Elite Pro Suzuki dials in at 862. Both bikes away, both bikes on green lights. Quarter mile run, top end of the racetrack. It's Corey Craig moving into the next round as he takes out Daryl Storzak. And that leaves Wild Bill, the last one up to run. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Super Combo to the lanes. Super Combo to the lanes. Super Combo, start making your way on up to the lanes. We need Super Shifters on a short standby and then Door Slammers on a 15-minute standby. So once again, we are calling Combo to the lanes, Shifters on standby, Door Slammers on a 15-minute standby call. First pair of hot rod headed on down track. Rob Monroe Jr. going to go in and move to the next round. We got Terry Hookstins and Steve Sheffer coming on up, 11.99 to an 11.56. Both Hookstins and Sheffer away on green lights, and at the quarter-mile mark, it's going to be Steve Sheffer taking it as Terry Hookstins goes red. At the top end, goes under by 23 thou. So Steve Sheffer moving on into round number 2. Wayne Douglas and Rob Hodgson will be bringing up the dart in the Plymouth, 1068 to a 1072 this time by. Wayne Douglas, trip zip with a 1, but it's red, and that sees him out of round number 1, and Rob Hodgson moving into the next round. Roland Loewen celebrating his birthday today with the Lorica Auto Parts Meteor, dials in 1294. We'll leave first to Jason Grundlin in the 1966 Chevelle, who dials in at 946. Double red lights on this one, but Jason Grundlin, the worst offender, so he is taken out while Roland Loewen moves on. The next pair up, it's Jamie Wellwood with the TNT Auto Parts Bantam Alter, dialed in at 799. He's alongside Roy Roman in the 1966 Rambler, dialed in at 1138. Problems settle in for Roy Roman, meaning Jamie Wellwood will be out on a single pass. The Alter takes off down track, and some cleanup to be done on the starting line behind Roy Roman's car. The next two up will be Ryan LaDre and Brad Powell, 1029 to a 1047.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super shifters, we need you down to the lanes. Super shifters, you're welcome to come on down. Thank you. Oh, super shifters, I forgot. Ken would like to request lane 1 and 2 for you.
it off. I'll come right back to your passenger window and you'll tell me when to go back to the so you got enough seconds.
Hey, attention the pits, attention the pits. Door slammers, please make your way down to the lanes. Door slammers, please go to lanes 3 and 4 with overflow in 5 and 6. Apologies, it's random, so please just make your way to the lanes. Again, door slammers to lanes.
Well, and what I'd say was quite largely one of the biggest burnouts of the day, Keith Winterbottom in the right lane there. Just working the tires over, getting them ready. Keith dialed in with a 9:36. Mr. Posnick here in the left lane with a 10:30 up on the board. Dale with quite the healthy starting line advantage. Going to turn it into a win late at the end of the track, going 10:45 on the 10:30. Keith was 9:19, breaking out on the 9:36. Dale was 0:18 on the light to Keith's 1:49. So that's going to bring up Dan Gray in the F-150 or F-250 pickup truck here in the left lane against Dan Piskacek. Battle of the Dans here. Dan Piskacek dialed in with a 1450 in the drop-top Mustang. Dan Gray with an 1165 in the pickup truck. Dan Piskacek goes red, 0-13 to the red. So Dan Gray going to move on into the next round, going 11.77 on the 11.65, bringing up John DePork in the left lane in the Camaro, 10.14 up there on the board against Will Zork in the 62 Bel Air with an 11.05. So John DePork going to get the win, going 10.21 on the 10.14. Will Zork was 11.09 on the 11.05, but was 0.61 on the tree. John was 0.19, so there's your difference there. John going to move on into the next round of Super Shifters eliminations. So Nolan has gone home for the day, or off to somewhere else at least. Not here, which means that I am stuck on the mic for the majority of the rest of the day, and you are unfortunately stuck listening to me. Anna laughs in the background, but she doesn't know I'm going to make her get back on the mic in a bit here.
Hey, you got the jokes, I don't.
So with that, what that means, everybody loves my announcing because I'm going to request some bribes up here. We can give you a perfect light in exchange for candy and chocolate. We can't actually do that, but we'll still take the candy and chocolate up here in the tower. And I'll tell you, I'm eating some onion rings and gravy right now. I would highly recommend that. Go down to the Half-Track Snack Shack here on the pit side. Get yourself some food. We got chicken strips, tater tots, onion rings and gravy. Bit of an interesting combo, but tastes darn good. So I got myself some chicken strips, some onion rings, and a side of gravy here, and could eat some lunch. So we were just doing a little bit of track prep here before we were moving into door slammers. And with that, we'll have a little bit of quiet time. So I'm going to make an announcement again. Hey, I got one right here. Perfect. So I don't even have to call your name. We have ROC payouts in the tower. So if you made it to the final round of the ROC last night. There was money up here for win and runner-up. Please come grab it. We do not like mailing checks. It is the worst thing. We also got a bunch of door slammer checks up here from the previous round. And since you guys are stuck in the lanes right now and you can hear me, I mean, you're in your car, so you can't come get them, but I'm just going to file off the names so you know to come grab them. Howie Winklehorse, Paul Debris, Scott Grant, Darren Williams, Brian Ritchie, Rod Leclerc, and Dale Phillips. We got checks up here in the tower from the last door slammer race. Come and grab them at some point, please.
So the crew working hard down there on the starting line, giving things a little scrape. Before we roll into what will be round number 1 for the Canada West Door Slammers. Canada West Door Slammers brought to us in 2025 by Associated Tire. So, as mentioned, Canada West Door Slammers brought to us in 2025 by Associated Tire and Auto. This weekend's race, however, brought to us by Alpine Backhoe. So, big shout out to Alpine Backhoe. Kevin Lance, former racer with the Canada West Door Slammers, no longer takes part, but still a big supporter of the Canada West Door Slammers. So we're certainly grateful for Alpine Backhoe. So congrats going out once again to last night's winners. The Farmer Memorial
Mission Finals ROC took place last night. So the top 8 in each class got to face off for a 3-round race, with the winner being awarded a gold card for 2026. So our winners were as follows. Pro bracket, Matt Warner went all the way. In Super Pro, it was Loren Schwartz. In Hot Rod, it was Rob Hodgson. In Sportsman, it was Brendan Piskacek. Junior Thunder, we saw Nate Green go all the way. In Junior Lightning, it was Isabella Marshall. And in Junior Street, it was Josh Klosky. Now, I don't have motorcycle data right in front of me. That's because we have not run the final round yet. So we'll make a call now for license and test. License and test. You can come on down to lanes 5 and 6. License and test. This is your call to lanes 5 and 6. So lunch is on over at the Mission Raceway Park Half-Track Snack Shack. So onion rings with gravy is what Kevin Ness would recommend. So again, license and test, license and test. You can come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Looks like we've got our door slammers pulled forward and just about ready to go. So tractor's still out there giving things a little rub, but I don't think we are too far away from seeing the first pair roll around the corner. Once again, this weekend's event brought to us by Alpine Backhoe. And here we go. First pair. Rolling under the bridge. Big Barry over there in the right lane. James Kennedy. His Pontiac Grand Am for Ken's Specialty Automotive. And Paul Debris Jr. Tower Side out of Shawnigan Lake, BC. In the Valiant. 1966 Valiant, Chevrolet powered. Dialed in at 851. Two green lights, 21 thou difference. Finish line says it is James Kennedy moving on. 690 on the 688 dial. Getting to the finish line first by 29 thousandths of a second. Kennedy was 012 up front. That's going to set up this next pair. Dave Kowalski. In the Nova, right-hand lane. Big blown combo between the frame rails of this Nova. Pretty cool car. dialed in at 730. Chris Lloyd out of Oyama, BC, in the blue 97 Camaro that we see over here Tower Lane. He's dialed 843. So a little over 1 second the difference in dials. Kowalski in the right lane. Two green lights. Camaro out front trying to stay there. And it's the Camaro with the win light. How about 844 with an 8 on the 843 dial? Had a 50th or so reaction time advantage. Kowalski comes up weak on the 730 dial at the finish line. So it's going to be Chris Lloyd coming back around for round number 2. That's going to bring up Mike Kenworthy and Jason Field. Kenworthy dialed in at 823. So again, we have over a second difference in the dials. So Jason Field dialed 712 over there in the right lane. Whoa. Starter Pat Stewart backs him out, says we got to try this again. Jason Field, sure it was by accident, lit both bulbs. 3 bulbs lit. Kenworthy lights the 4th. Here we go. 51 thou advantage on the starting line for Mike Kenworthy. He translates that into a win light. 828 on the 823, good enough. He was 004 up front. That's going to set up Dale Phillips and Otto Schulte. And for the first time in this opening round of Door Slammers action, we have way less than a second separating the two cars by the dials. How about 1300ths of a second? Otto Schulte in the right lane dialed 760. Dale Phillips in the left lane dialed 747. Dale Phillips, the Shelby Mustang. My screen wants me to say it's a 1999 Mach 1, but I'm not falling for that. Schulte with the win light. He was 053 up front. Dale Phillips missed it with a 235 reaction time. That was hard to come back from. Schulte 3 above. And moving on. Now Mike Bedsworth and Derek Shirk. Derek Shirk in the right lane, behind the wheel of the 55. He's dialed 773. So he's going to get the handicap on the starting line. Bedsworth, tower side. And the little Oldsmobile 1996 Cutlass is dialed in at 708. So Bedsworth is through, off to round number 2. Shirk was dead on the 773 dial, but was behind at the stripe by 23 thousandths of a second. So Mike Bedsworth will be back for round number 2. Now Ray Rusiani and Frank Marcus. Frank Marcus behind the wheel of the Duster this weekend. So Lane Woolley is who we're used to seeing behind the wheel of this Duster for Marcus Family Racing. Today we got Frank Marcus behind the wheel. So Rusiani Tower side will lead first. 8:39 the dial. Rusiani's your winner. Frank turned it red by 26 thousandths of a second. So Rusiani with another time trial here at round number 1. Turns out he was holding 3. Was dialed 8:39, went 8:36. Now Mark Thompson and Darren Buick, rather. Darren Buick, right-hand side for Evans Excavating. Local guy from right here in Mission, BC. 67 Nova is dialed in at 8:17. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Standby call going out to juniors. Juniors, this is your standby call. Juniors, please be ready to go. Juniors, this is your standby call. Junior Street, Thunder, and Lightning. So Darren Buick with the win. He had a 206 light, but it was green, not red. Mark Thompson, red by 63 thousandths of a second. So Buick will be back for round number 2. Now Grant Howell and Chad Hops. Well, I don't know where Chad Hops came from, but it's Chad Edwin over there in the right lane. So one of these drivers with a sizable starting line advantage was not your winner, however. Chad Edwin, or maybe it is Chad Hops, I don't know, gets the win with a 111 light. Grant Howell had the starting line advantage, but goes under at the finish line. He also got there second. Or no, what am I saying? He did not go under. He was well over. So Howell unable to produce the number he had on the window. Chad coming back for round 2. Now Roger Winter and Steve Lowe. Steve Lowe's in the right lane. 92 Firebird dialed 826. Roger Winter in the Willies is dialed 823, just 3/100ths of a second. Separate them by the dials. We are almost heads up. Pre-stage bulbs lit, both lanes. Winter's in. Lowe's in. Here we go. Matching reaction times. Nobody's winning it on a hole shot. Steve Lowe, one above, 827 on the 826. Roger gets to the stripe first, but is under by 3. So Steve Lowe coming back for round number 2. So juniors, Be ready to go. You're still on standby, but your call coming up any moment. Now Henry Zacharias and Paul Stretch. Henry Zacharias, the 1953 Corvette you see in the tower lane. 769 the dial. Paul Stretch and his Chevrolet Cavalier dialed in at 724. A couple 7-second runners. Paul Stretch gives the handicap to Zacharias. Left lane should leave first. So Henry not able to hold it in the beams. Paul Stretch with another time trial here in round number 1. Goes 727 on the 724 prediction. We'll see Paul come on back for round number 2. Now TLD, Terry Langdon Davies. And Brian Ritchie. Brian Ritchie's in the right lane, 68 Chevelle. For Ritchie Racing Engines. He's dialed in at 796. He's going to watch Terry Langdon Davies drive away in the black and purple Willys. Terry's dialed in at 820. Thousandths of a second the advantage for Terry Langdon Davies. He does not parlay it into a win, however. Comes up 6 above the 820 dial. Brian Ritchie 1 above the 796 with a 797. Taking 28th thou at the stripe. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Junior Dragsters, Junior Street. This is your call to the staging lanes. Juniors, this is your call to the lanes. We need juniors to the lanes, please. Juniors, come on down. So now Rod Leclerc, number 1 qualifier. Left side of the racetrack, Rod Leclerc dialed in at 670. The Paradise Homes 67 Camaro. Purging the nitrous system down to where he wants it. Grasdale rolls in there, lights both bulbs. Can't do that. Gets backed out by our starter, Pat Stewart. We'll try it again. And he does it again. That's better. So Leclerc with the chutes out well before the finish line. But it certainly worked. 672 on the 670 dial. Had the reaction time by almost 1/10 of a second. So Rod Leclerc will be coming back for round number 2. So we have made the call for juniors to the lanes. We need juniors to the lanes, please. Junior Street, Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning. Come on down. Got some test passes coming around the corner. So Matt Black in the little Jeep. Haven't seen this car run in a little while. Be looking for a wheels up launch. Got to bump it in there first, though. Well, didn't leave super hard, but pulled pretty good. 587, $122 at the 8th mile. Quarter mile finish line was 9:12 at 1:48. So Irene Cocatello going to make a test hit left side of the racetrack. Oh, it was a 13 light. Gotta like that. $10.70 at 125. So licensing pass coming up. Second gen Nova. Right hand lane. Hey, listen up. Check your pockets. We've got somebody's phone turned up here into the tower. It was found in the men's washroom. There's a blue Nova as the background pic. So a Samsung phone has been turned into the timing tower. If you don't have your phone, come see us up here in the timing tower. So licensing pass, not sure whether that was a half track or a moderate. So I do believe that this is going to be Dan Rodrigue. Multicolored dragster down there in the left lane. Formerly known as the Beach Ball. Maybe it's still called that. I don't know. Was part of the Rad stable. Now it's part of the Titanium stable. Off the gas before the finish line, moderate looking pass, 796, 140 miles an hour. And Dane LeKelt. Big Sexy. Unfortunately, things did not go well in round number one of Top Comp for Dane. So up here going to make a test hit. I think they banged the burst panel out of it. So I think they were set up to run 8th mile this weekend in Top Comp. But now that they're testing, they're going to go for the full pull. On their one and only 8th mile hit earlier today, they went 4:19 to the 8th mile. Car definitely moving around a little bit out there. 641, 223, the final numbers up on the reader board. Was 421 at 204 miles an hour to the 8th mile, so. And now Lauren Ridley going to make a hit, right-hand lane in the Buick. Ridley's got the Buick in the beams, and uh-oh. A little bit of a carburetor backfire. Well, unfortunately, they're pushing Lauren back. I guess the good news is he's not on fire. Oh, just. Jason Grunland coming up. Tower Lane. Also known as Elvis. Likes to leave with the front wheels way, way, way up high in the air. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top Comp. Top Comp, this is your standby call. Standby call going out to Top Comp. Top Comp, you are on standby. Please get ready to go. So Elvis in the left lane. That's what he wanted to see. Car did make a move to the right, was forced to pedal it a little bit. So not a real representative run, but still went 969 at 138 miles an hour. Now Mike Render. Gonna make a little test hit in the S10. The crash test dummy behind the wheel. Little LS powered S10. Here comes the finish line. Reader board says 1097, 119. Another runner coming at you, left side of the racetrack. Not sure who we have here. Don't recognize the car. Kind of a top sportsman looking ride. So Top Comp, get ready to go. You're on standby. Your call coming up shortly. So go ahead and make the call now for Top Comp. Top Comp. This is your call to the lanes. Top Comp, come on down. So again, we want to thank John DeYoung and Bubba's Speed Shop, or Derek Shirk, for bringing us Top Comp this weekend. So it looks like Lauren Ridley's going to try it once again. So Top Comp, we need Top Comp to the lanes, please. Top Comp, come on down. And a standby call going out to Pro Bracket. You know what that means, Kevin. Lauren Ridley in the Buick. 1131, 118 miles an hour. Looks like young Mr. Dew. So Jackson Dew with the bye. Here in round number 2. 1075 the goal.
So Jackson Dew with the bye there. Going to move on into the semifinal of our junior street category. Going to bring up Josh Klosky and Riker Tosin here. Tosin. Shelly, I'm looking for some feedback here. Don't give me the head shake. You're supposed to know these things. So Josh and Riker, we'll just go just Riker. Riker in the right lane dialed in with a 985. Josh with a 9 flat here in the S10 Blazer in the left lane. Some championship implications coming up here in these next rounds, or currently in this round and continuing rounds. Still a bit of a battle for our Junior Street Championship, and Josh Klosky hanging on here, trying to see what he can do and make it to the next round, hold on to the championship hopes. And he does. Josh Klosky takes the win. 972 on the 9 flat. Riker breaking out, going 963 on the 985. Riker with the starting line advantage with an 075 light to Josh's 140. But Riker breaking out, and Josh Klosky going to move on into the semifinal, where he will either face off against Josephine Smith or Lyndon Reynolds. So our next pair up here, James McNeil and Tyler Smith. James in the left lane dialed in with a 957. Tyler with the right lane with a 1090. This is a big one too. Tyler Smith got to run the board here, go all the way to the end and win this thing if he wants to have a chance at having winning the championship for what would be the 4th year in a row? Third year in a row, sorry. 3rd year. So Tyler Smith going to get the win. James McNeil going red. Tyler Smith going to move into the semifinals and face off against Jackson Dew. Tyler Smith was 1098 on the 1090, 054 on the tree. James 959 on the 957, but was 083 to the red. So Lyndon Reynolds here in the left lane in the Acura Integra for Second Gen Racing and Hoosier Tire with a 1096 up on the board. Going to face off against Josephine Smith in the 2007 Chevy Silverado pickup truck with a 978 up there for Zapstrap Racing. So Josephine, one of the other 3 that currently at this moment still in, and has a chance at winning the championship here if she can make it on into the next round. It's a bit of a starting line advantage for one driver here. See if they can turn it into a win at the end of the track here. And she does. Josephine Smith gets the win, going 987 on the 978. Jose was 062 on the tree to Lyndon's 110. So Joe's going to move into the semifinal where she will face off against Josh Klosky. And potentially, depending how the semifinal between Jackson and Tyler goes, that could be the decider for who wins our Junior Street Championship this year, because currently Josephine and Josh tied atop the top of it, and Tyler Smith sitting down there in third place, well, tied for, or I guess in second place, but there's a tie at the top, so third place, still has a chance to win it too himself. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Mr. Willie has requested top comp. Top comp. You should be in the lanes. If you're not in the lanes, there's a problem. So top comp, the new egg, Bubba's Speed Shop, top comp class. We need you down to the staging lanes ASAP, please. If you misplaced attention out there, if you misplaced a pair of sunglasses and you're wondering where they are potentially sitting down on the starting line underneath our little blue roof there on the wall. There's a set of sunglasses that just got left there, so if you're missing them and you're wondering why it's so bright outside, go find your sunglasses. They're down on the starting line. It's going to move us into our Junior Thunder category. Going to bring up our first pair here. Kira Harder in the left lane. Facing off against Hunter Thompson over there in the right lane. Hunter driving the JBS Equipment Dragster and Kira driving the Anderson A1 Auto House Dragster. Kira's dialed in with a 1395, Hunter with an 890. So Hunter going to have to sit around and wait for a considerable amount of time. Just over 4 seconds to be exact. So Hunter managing to stay green with that 4-second wait on the tree, going 898 on the 890, taking the win. Hunter was 031 on the tree. Kira was 441. So Hunter have a lot of room to play with at the top end there and managed to take the win. Move on into the semifinals, where he will face off against either Ashton Katnick or Danica Harder, the other Harder sister. Our next pair up here, Wes Armstrong in the left lane out of Chilliwack. Big thanks to Home Masters team, Badass Garage, and Lordco Auto Parts. Racing against Nash Gallant in the right lane. Nash would like to thank Lordco Auto Parts as well, Milron Truck Body, BDL Automotive, Rocket Coatings, and Those Guys Customs. Nash dialed in with a 1190, Wes with a 924. Wes Armstrong going to take the win there, going 932 on the 924. Wes was 013 on the tree. Nash Gallant, 319 on the tree, going 1202 on the 1190. So Wes Armstrong moving on to the semifinals, where he will face off against either Hunter Gallant or Grayson Mass. I get it wrong every time, and I am sorry, Mass family. So Danica Harder here in the left lane, and Ashton Katnick over there in the right lane. Danica dialed in with a 14.52, Ashton with a 8.90. So the winner of this pair will face off against Hunter Thompson in the semifinal. Ashton going to have to practice some patience yet again. He is sitting there for 4.5 seconds. He does. Ashton keeps it green. Oh, and Danica Harder taking the win. 14.59 on the 14.52. Ashton Katnick couldn't get there at the top end, going 9.01 on the 8.90. Ashton was 0.69 on the tree. Danica was 1.13. So Danica Harder going to move on into the semifinal and face off against Hunter Thompson. Just going to bring up our final Junior Thunder pair. It's going to be Grayson Mass in the left lane, Hunter Gallant over there in the right lane. Grayson dialed in with a 9.06 and Hunter with an 8.90. Two green lights, bit of an advantage here to Grayson in the left lane. Gonna turn that into a win light. Grayson was 0.48 on the tree, going 9.13 on the 9.06. Hunter Gallant, 8.96 with a 2 on the 8.90, was 1.40 on the tree. So Grayson gonna move into the semifinal against Wes Armstrong. It's gonna move us into our Junior Lightning category. Going to bring up McKenna Thompson here with the bye. McKenna in the left lane dialed in with a 8.10 in the JBS Equipment Dragster. Hey, attention in the pits out there, attention in the pits. We're going to make the call. National Tire Wholesale Pro category. We need you down to the staging lanes, please. Pro to the staging lanes. Sportsman, you are on standby. McKenna Thompson turning on the red light, going 006 red, but it doesn't matter when you're on a bye. You can kind of do whatever you want down there. So 802 on the 810 breaking out as well. But McKenna going to move into the next round where she will either face off against Isabella Marshall, our ROC winner last night, and our ROC winner last year. So 2 years in a row, Isabella Marshall taking the ROC win. Isabella in the right lane against Coca Kowalski in the left lane. Coca with an 8.08 up there on the board. Isabella with an 8.05. Isabella would like to give a big shout out to Kanko Petroleum and De Silva Auto World. Coca, huge thanks to Daycow Ventures. So the winner of this pair will face off against McKenna Thompson in the semifinals. Those of you watching the live stream got treat to a nice big wasp there on the camera. Isabella Marshall going to take the win, going 805 with a 1 on the 805, was 097 on the tree. Coca had the advantage, 046, but was 807 with a 1 breaking out on the 808. So Isabella Marshall moving into the semifinal, where she'll face off against McKenna Thompson. It's going to bring us to our final pair in Junior Lightning here. April Bond in the right lane, Nick Bond in the left lane. April dialed in with a 793, Nick with a 790. So unofficial math, unofficial, I say that 3 more times, unofficial math, it would appear as though April Bond has the championship wrapped up. But why doesn't she just put a stamp and a bow on it and win this thing today, eh? And beat her brother, get a bye into the finals, and then just make sure that there's a statement piece there. Yeah, I'll pretty much just say it. I think that's officially official now. April Bond is going to be our Junior Lightning champion for the season, points championship. Congratulations, April Bond. She's going to take home the points championship here in the Stay Tuned Auto Repair Junior Lightning category. Also going to move on into the semifinals, where she's going to have a bye into the finals, where she will either face off against Isabella Marshall or her sister McKenna Thompson in the finals. So let's see if she can go all the way and take the win today, too, as she has already wrapped up the points chase in our Stay Tuned Auto Repair Junior Lightning category. So congrats to the Bond family and April. Good job. Nick, not very good at practicing patience there, going very red on the tree. So that's going to move us into our Top Comp category. Top Comp brought to you this weekend by Bubba's Speed Shop and Mr. John DeJong at New Egg Holdings, I believe, is the business. John, if you're watching the live stream, you can correct me, send me a message, tell me if I'm wrong. But big thanks to Bubba's Speed Shop, Derek Shirk, Andy Hat, and John DeJong for stepping up and sponsoring this weekend. First pair up here are going to be Scott Robinson in the Beretta in the left lane, dialed in with a 494. Jeremy Soares over there in the right lane in the Dragster with a 476. So Jeremy Soar is going to get the win there, going 479 on the 476. Was 011 on the tree. Scott Robinson was 027, going 495 on the 494. Jeremy Soar is going to move on into the semifinal, where he's going to have a bye into the final round. Let's bring up our next pair, Paul Soars and Greg Dowdy. Paul Soars driving the 55 Chevy out of Terrace, BC, and Greg Dowdy over there in the Rad Torque Systems dragster. Paul dialed in a 479. Greg Dowdy with a 493. Also, I have been corrected. It is not DeJong. I know that. I do know that. It is DeYoung. John DeYoung. You know, it's just sometimes I just mess up on names up here, but John was quick to jump in and tell me I was very wrong and also call me a donkey at the same time, so I appreciate that, John. Thank you. I might pronounce it wrong now just to make you upset. But big thanks to Artex Racing, Newegg Holdings, Bubba's Speed Shop, making it happen this weekend for the sponsorship for Top Comp. Paul Soars 014 on the tree. Greg was 026. Greg going to take the win, going 494 with a 9 on the 493. Paul Soars 483 on the 479. So Greg Dowdy going to move on into the semifinal round, where he's going to either face off against Derek Shirk or Logan Bell. Battle of the dragsters here in our final Top Comp pair. Logan Bell in the right lane dialed in with a 455. Derek Shirk in the left lane here with a 433. Derek, our number one qualifier in that new blown dragster he's got out here. So Logan over there in the right lane with the gigantic N on his scoop does not mean he is a new driver. It means he doesn't want crosstalk. Logan with a cheering section down here in front. I see them. So Logan dialed in with the 455, Derek with the 443. It was incorrect. It was not 433, it was 443. Hey, attention in the pits out there, attention in the pits. Sportsman category, we're making the call. Sportsman to the staging lanes, please. We'll get you down to the staging lanes, sportsman. And Super Pro, you guys are on standby. Logan Bell nails the tree, going 008, 457 on the 455. Derek Shirk was 445 on the 443, but was 080 on the tree. So Logan Bell going to move on into the semi-final round, where he will face off against Greg Dowdy. Cheering section gets to continue to cheer for the rest of the day here. It's going to move us into our pro category. Colton McNichol, sorry, son of Kevin McNichol, in the left lane, driving the 72 Nova against Steve Baskerville in the 2016 Volkswagen Golf. Colton going red, 012 to the red, so Steve Baskerville going to move on into the next round. Steve dialed into 1172, runs through to 1168, but didn't matter because Colton was red on the starting line. Bringing up Ralph Ehlers here in the Ford Mustang in the left lane against Brendan Piskacek in the Mustang over there too. I don't know who's pairing the cars in the lanes, but like, come on, Mustang versus Mustang. Why are you doing that to us?
It's all by the cards.
It's all by the cards, folks. It's all by the cards. Ralph Ehlers, I don't want to say in surprising fashion, but Ralph Ehlers been just practicing on that tree, going 051, taking the win, going 1080 with an 8 on the 1080. So Ralph Ehlers a hitter out here today, apparently. Taking out Brendan Piskachek, #1 in points in our sportsman category. Ralph Ehlers going to move into the next round. Bringing up Rick McKinney and Elijah Copeland. Rick with a 1047 up on the board, Elijah with a 1291. Rick McKinney taking the win there against Elijah. Rick was 1062 on the 1047. Rick with a lot of room to play with at the top end was 002 on the tree. So that brought up Kim Cornish and Wayne Douglas here. Kim Cornish winning the double breakout, going 1113 with a 4 on the 1114. Wayne Douglas was 1070 with a 3 on the 1071. So Kim Cornish moves on into the next round. This is going to be a good one here, folks. John Tabak in the S10 pickup against Craig Johnson in the Malibu wagon over there. John dialed in with a 1053, Craig with a 1061. So unofficial, official, unofficial. My understanding is that John has the points championship wrapped up in pro category. So hopefully I'm not wrong, but congratulations there, John. Very close off the starting line. Going to be a good race at the finish line here. Craig Johnson out front, but breaks out, going 1058 with an 8 on the 1061. John Tabak 1054 on the 1053. John was 039 on the tree to Craig's 043. So John Tabak had the advantage at the start line, held on to that, took the win at the finish line. John Tabak's going to move into the next round. Brings up John Bazinski in the left lane, dialed in with a 1088 in the 70 Cuda. Against Rob Monroe Jr. in the 69 Acadian over there with a 1050 up on the board. John taking the win, going 1088 on the 1088, was 052 on the tree. Rob Monroe Jr. 070 was 1049, breaking out on the 1050. So John Bazinski moving into the next round. Going to bring up Dave Jung in the left lane in the 96 Camaro. 1068 up on the board, sorry, a 1068 up on the board. Against John Vandeveen in the right lane in the 68 Pontiac Firebird with a 1013 up there. And Dave Jung going to move into the next round because John going red, very red, 060 red on the tree. So Dave Jung was 014, running 1081 on the 1068. Moving into the next round of our pro category. Going to bring up Chris Stone in the left lane in the 68 Dodge against Shayla and Svetic over there in the right lane. Shaylin, like to give a big shout out to Derek Shirk. Thank you. As well, would also like to give a shout out to Innovative Manufacturing Coastal Equipment and Bumper to Bumper. Shaylin Svedic going red, 131 to the red. So Chris Stone going to take the win. Chris Stone was double 03 on the tree, 1021 on the 1022. Going a little too fast, but already had the win because Shaylin was red at the starting line. So Chris Stone going to move on into the next one. We're going to make the call for Super Pro. Super Pro to the staging lanes, please. Brad Torque Systems, Super Pro, we need you down to the staging lanes. So we got Daryl Tippy here in the left lane in the wagon. Going against Matt Warner, our ROC winner last night in Pro. Daryl with a 11:58, Matt with a 10:53. Matt going to take the win, going 10:53 with a 1 on the 10:53. Had 5 numbers to work with at the starting line. Was 0:14 to Daryl's 0:61. So Daryl breaking out, going 11:52 on the 11:58. Matt Warner going to move into the next round of Pro. With that, it's going to move into our sportsman category. Going to bring up Brandon Piskacek in the left lane in the Mustang. Dialed in with a 13:21 against Veronica Hodgson in the right lane with a 11:95. Veronica Hodgson going to take out Brendan Piskacek. Veronica Hodgson going 11:96 on the 11:95. Brendan breaking out with a 13:20 on the 13:21. So Veronica going to move into the next round of our sportsman category. Actually, she's moving into the final round. No, that's not right. There's something. No. Oh. This ladder's doing some weird things up here on my screen. Sorry, folks, but Veronica is moving into the next round. Ignore everything I ever said about the ladder. Let's bring up Joel Smith in the left lane in the 68 Chevelle. Graham McNeil over there in the right lane. Junior Street dads taking on each other here in Sportsman. Joel Smith going to take the win, going 11:67 with a 6 on the 11:63. Joel was 0:61 on the tree. Graham McNeil was 0:96, going 14:70 on the 14:67. Got Roland Lowen in the 55 Meteor in the left lane against Daniel Piskacek in the right lane in the drop top Mustang. So Roland Lowen getting the win here on the double breakout, going 12:91 on the 12:99. Daniel was 14:21 on the 14:52. So Roland taking the win, moving on to the next round. It's going to bring up Sean Langley and Sylvia Hoogstens. Sean Langley dialed in with a 11:75. Sylvia with a 12:06. So attention in the pits out there, attention in the pits. If it hasn't been mentioned yet, we are going to run the King of the Track at the end of the race program today. So if you are still in for King of the Track, which means you won the ROC last night in your respective category, juniors not included, don't put your stuff away yet because you got to run the King of the Track at the end of the day here. So Sean Langley taking the win against Sylvia Hoogstens. Sean Langley was 11:84 on the 11:75, was 0:89 on the tree. Sylvia 12:05 breaking out on the 12:06. Going to bring up Jessica Armstrong, who has the bye here in Sportsman, her final Sportsman car down the track. Jess going 13:32 on the 13:29, was 0:28 on the tree. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycle, lane 6. Motorcycle, we're going to call you down. Mountain View Harley Davidson motorcycle. We'll get you down to come on down to lane 6, please. We need you down here. Super Pro, you should be in the staging lanes right now. If you're not in the lanes, we're going to start running without you pretty quickly here. So if you're still left in Super Pro, you need to be down to the staging lanes ASAP. So, well, we have a second of downtime here as we wait for Super Pro cars to be ready back there. We are going to just mention as well that there is a racer appreciation party at the Max Fox tonight upon the conclusion of racing. There'll be some snacks, different foods, some hot dogs and things like that. Come on down, have some drinks, hang out. We're going to just hang out like we do every year and have some snacks and have a good time. So, racer appreciation party at the Max Fox upon conclusion of racing tonight. Okay, we are moving our Super Pro cars around, but we're also we called motorcycle. Motorcycle, you should be down in lane 6. Hot Rod, you're on standby, so we're going to call you pretty quickly here. With that, attention in the pits, Hot Rod, Old Car Center Hot Rod. We're going to make the call for Old Car Center Hot Rod down to the staging lanes to be laddered, please. Hot Rod, you can make your way down to the staging lanes to be laddered. And we're going to put Super Combo and Super Shifters on a standby. As well, Door Slammer, you guys are going to go on about a 20-minute standby. So John Jenkins taking the win there, going 1042 on the 1042, was 022 on the tree, taking out Greg Dowdy in the dragster, bringing up Stefan Robert in the left lane against Jason Gibson. Stefan going to get the win, going 906 on the 906. 906 with a 0 on the 906, was 012 on the tree. So nice little package there for Stefan. Taking out Jason Gibson and moving on into the next round. Going to bring up Daryl Tippy in the left lane here in the 62 Chevy 2. I will not say the nickname of the car. Daryl. Daryl taking on Lorenz Schwartz over there in the 83 Monte Carlo. Daryl dialed in with a 1081, Lorenz with a 1020. So Lorenz Schwartz going to take out Daryl Tippy. Lorenz going 1022 on the 1020, was 055 on the tree. Daryl was 068, going 1084 on the 1081. Which will bring up Jan Christensen in the left lane against Scott Robinson over there in the right lane. Scott Robinson in the Beretta dialed in with a 771. Jan with a 858 in the 67 Nova. Jan Christensen on it on the tree, going 006, but doesn't take the win. Breaking out, going 857 with a 4 on the 858. So Jan with a huge starting line advantage there, but broke out at the top end of the track, going 857. Scott Robinson moving on into the next round was 775 on the 771, was 078 on the tree. It's going to bring up John Tabak in the S10 pickup here. Dialed in with a 1053, and Dan Parsons over there in the right lane in the Duster with a 1090 up on the board. Almost identical reaction times for John and Dan. Going to be a race at the top end. Dan Parsons going to take the win on the double breakout. Dan Parsons going 1089 with an 8, was 021 on the tree. John Tabak breaking out too, going 1051 with a 4 on the 1053, was 020 on the tree. Our final pair of Rad Torque System Super Pro going to be Matt Daum in the left lane in the 80 Plymouth with a 9 flat up on the board, and Mike Stewart in the 67 Chevy 2 over there with a 1005. And very close in reaction times yet again. Matt Daum going to take the win, going 919 on the 9-0. Mike Stewart breaking out, though, going 1004 with an 8 on the 1005. So Matt Daum going to move into the next round. Mike Stewart going home. It's going to move us into our Mountain View HD motorcycle, Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycle category. Wild Bill here on the left lane in the 85 Kawasaki against Dwayne Stevens on the Hayabusa over there in the right lane. Dwayne with a 960 and Wild Bill with a 903 up on the board. Wild Bill taking the win, going 927 on the 903, was 055 on the tree. Dwayne Stevens 969 on the 960, but was 203 on the tree. So Wild Bill going to move into the final round of motorcycle. Well, he'll face off against either Tom Turand or Corey Craig. Tom Turand driving the dirt bike here in the left lane. Dialed in with a 14.57, and Corey Craig over there in the right lane on the Hayabusa with a 7.86. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Lord Coast Super Combo. Lord Coast Super Combo will get you down to the lanes, please. Super Shifters, you're on standby. So Super Combo, if you could come on down to the staging lanes. So Tom Turan not going to move on into the final round. Corey Craig taking the win, going 8.00 on the 7.86. Tom breaking out, going 14.51 on the 14.57. A little too fast on the dirt bike. So Corey Craig going to move into the final round where he'll face off against Wild Bill for our motorcycle winner today. So we have made the call for Lord Coast Super Combo. You should be on your way down to the staging lanes, please. We're also going to make the call for McLeod Clutches BC Super Shifters. You can make your way down to the staging lanes as well. McLeod Clutches BC Super Shifters. Come on down to the staging lanes. Lord Coast Super Combo, you should be coming down as well. So we're moving into our Old Car Center Hot Rod category. Bringing up Roland Lowen in the 55 Meteor in the left lane and Brad Powell over there in the right lane. Brad Powell coming into Hot Rod last race, winning it. First Hot Rod race of the year, winning it. Now moving on into what would be the second round of eliminations here in Hot Rod. Looking to maybe do some point shakeups, screw some things up in the point standings. So Brad dialed in with a 1047, Roland with a 1294. Brad Powell, a little sleepy on the tree there, going 167. So Roland going to take the win. Was 038, 1302 on the 1294. Roland Lowen going to move into the next round. It's going to bring up Steve Sheffer in the left lane in the 69 Firebird and Jerry Brabander over there in the 62 Chevy 2. Jerry dialed in with a 1077, Steve with a 1155. So Jerry going to get the win, going 1080 on the 1077, was 014 on the tree. Steve Sheffer was 1157 with an O on the 1155, but was 067 on the tree. So Jerry Brabander moving to the next round. It's bringing up Rob Hodgson in the left lane in the 67 Plymouth against Jamie Wellwood in the 32 Bantam Altered over there. Jamie dialed in with a 809 and Rob dialed in with a 1074. So we got some pretty interesting possibilities here in the hot rod category. Both Rob Monroe Jr. and Rob Hodgson still in. Rob Hodgson sitting 10 points behind Rob Monroe Jr. in the standings. Rob Monroe Jr. in the first place position right now. And I believe that they are on opposite sides of the ladder, so there is a chance that they could face off in the final round to decide the Hot Rod Championship. And Rob Hodgson going to get that as long as he's paying attention here. He's going to move on into the next round, and he did not make that mistake. Going 11:08 on the 1074. Jamie Wellwood was 005 on the tree, but experiencing some issues down track and having to get out of it. So Rob Hodgson going to take the win, where he will move on, and he will face off against Roland Lowen next round in the semifinals for our Old Car Center Hot Rod category. Rob Monroe Jr. getting the bye here. So Mr. Jr., Monroe Jr. are going to get the bye here, where he will move on and face off against Jerry Brabander. So we're keeping the potential all-Rob final for the championship alive. The Hot Rod Rob final. We're not there yet, so we're going to, not going to jinx anything, but Rob Monroe, yeah, hey, Anna's saying you got to save those lights for later when they matter. Going 006 on the buy run was 1049 with a 2 on the 1050. Hey, attention in the pits out there. More specifically, Mr. John DeBack. If you can hear me there, John, I see you over there in your pit there. I need to quickly go do something. So if you'd like to come announce for a few minutes, you would be greatly appreciated. I mean, we always appreciate you, John, but we might appreciate you more. Can always be more. Scratch that. John, we don't need you. Andy Klosky's coming up. I mean, John, you can still come up. So Andy Klosky, the professor, going to come up and hop on the mic here. We are all very excited up here in the tower.
Well, thanks, Kevin. Hello, everybody. My name is Andy Klosky. Happen to be Josh's dad. Going to give Kevin a little break here, and I do believe John Tabak is still doubled, so we'll let him focus on that. It looks like I have the privilege of calling some super combo racers as they begin to roll under the legendary Mission Raceway Park Bridge. And follow that up with super shifters. They are the back of the lanes getting paired up as we speak. Looks like Dan Parsons is going to take on Sylvia Hoogstens. Dan Parsons bought that car in the very early 70s, raced it when it was nearly new. Sylvia Hoogstens piloting the former Jerry Epp 66 Mustang. 1090s a pair. Gonna leave heads up, hit the throttle stops, race on down the track. Well, the legend John Tabak himself comes up. Thought I'd give you a little bit of a rest, and you're still doubled? Oh, you're not.
No.
Oh. Sizable reaction time advantage for one of these drivers. One of these reactions starts with a 00, the other one starts with a 11. Dan Parsons going to move on. Sylvia experiencing some difficulties down track, well over the dial-in. Going to bring up the mighty, Herman Chan, going to take on Martin Rochelle, 67 Camaro, and the venerable 78 Malibu of Martin. 1090s a pair here. Door slammers to the lanes, please. Door slammers, it's your time to shine. Door slammers, bring them to the lanes, please. Herman Chan turning on the red light by 10 thou. Martin 40. Runs it out to 1090 with a 3. And that will wrap up Super Combo. Going to see some of those drivers back later on. John, you want to call Super Shifters?
You're free to go.
All right.
No worries.
Going to bring us into the clutch assisted driver shifted class that we call Super Shifters. With longtime sponsor McLeod Clutches. Bob Love in the 67 Chevy 2 going to take on Dan Gray in this very entertaining 83 Ford. I quite like watching this thing go down the track. Dan Gray going to leave just under 3 seconds, 2.8 seconds ahead of Bob Love. He's going to have to chase him down. Drivers operating the clutch here, no delay boxes. It's all RPM and a left foot.
So I'm told that's about 5,000 pounds over there in the right lane right now.
Needing all of it. Sizable reaction time advantage here. Headed for Bob Love. However, Dan Gray is going to turn on the wind light as Bob Love puts it 17th thou under the dial-in. Unfortunate. Big closing rate there, and did not capitalize on that. Going to bring up Grant Clone and John DePork. Did I say that right, John? John DePork?
I do believe so.
Excellent.
So Grant Clone's car, like, does anybody not love that car?
You're not going to hear anything negative from me. That is one of my favorite cars to watch anywhere. It's also one of my favorite body styles out there. John DePork's car looks like a 70s street machine, though. I really like it. Wheels way in the air for Grant Clone, drifts towards the right side wall. Big reaction time advantage for John DePork here. Can he capitalize? And he can. Puts it 2 over the number. John DePork going to move on to what looks like will be the final round, I do believe. Oh, I'm lost track already. Down to the semis, excuse me. It's my first day. Cut me some slack.
We'll cut you all kinds of slack. We're all about slack. Jamie Roth, tough customer in the left lane, dial 1007 in the Little Comet. Dale Posnick certainly has his work cut out for him. Riff Raff Racing over there, right-hand lane, dialed in at 1042.
Reaction time advantage to the Ford. Well, I guess the Mercury. A little bit of smoke coming out of Dale Posnick's car. He's going to roll that through well off the dial-in. Hand in the wind to Jamie Roth. Roth, 79 and 1015 on the 1007 dial-in. Going to move him into the semifinal round. We are waiting for door slammers. We've called door slammers to the lanes. Looking for you folks to be heading down here.
So as mentioned, we did see a little bit of smoke come out of the back of Dale Posnick's car. Safety gonna just go have a little look-see at the surface, make sure everything is okay. Posnick actually looks like he pulled over. Did not make it off the track under his own power, so hopefully we'll get nothing but good news from that crew up there at the top end. So haven't heard a whole ton from up top there, but what little we have heard indicates this. Apparently we're dry, so that's the good news. It's not such good news for Dale Posnick because apparently they are finding pieces of his engine block up there on the ground. But so kind of a good news, bad news situation, depending on where you're standing and your point of view.
Would that be good news for us, bad news for Dale? Is that something like that?
Yeah, pretty much. Exactly like that. Would have been a nice day on the water, Dale. Oh, no, that's just rubbing it in.
Did see a couple of really nice boats sitting on the spectator side there. As maybe there's a deal to be made before the end of the day yet. You know, one of those doesn't want to take it home. Maybe there's a deal to be made. And as we watch the tractor about to head on down the track, can we get a standby call for juniors? And can we get license and test to lane 5, please? So license and test, saddle them up, bring them down to lane 5. Juniors, you're on standby. And that will be the end of my time in the tower right quick as Josh's dad. I need to go and do some drag racing.
Well, every junior street driver needs a good co-driver. Well, thanks for filling in, Andy. I always enjoy listening to you.
Thanks, John. I really appreciate that. As I head back to resume my role as what I like to say, the meat in the seat, or meat in the passenger seat anyways, as we all know who does the work out there on the racetrack.
So Andy's job is to yell.
No, yeah, no. Yeah, something like that. Drop, no, run it out, yes. You hit the tree, no you didn't. Yeah, it's good stuff. Lots and lots of fun. I wouldn't trade it for anything, actually. It's really been a great experience. Thank you to everybody for having me up here, and maybe I'll get back sometime.
Come on back. You're always welcome. So Canada West Door Slammers in the staging lanes, just getting themselves paired up. They are now, in fact, pulling forward, coming around the corner. So it looks like Dale's car has not yet been removed, so obviously we're not going to run until that takes place. We have made the call for license and test to lane number 5. We've got juniors on standby. So it looks like they've got Dale's car off the racing surface. Tractor is making its way back here to the starting line. The big question will be, does it pull off or does he turn around, make another lap? See, we've got a little, what I'll call a spattering of race fans in the grandstands. Welcome to Mission Raceway Park. Thank you very much for coming out today. And the tractor is coming off. Well, never mind me. So Brian just spraying a little glue down there on the starting line. Looks like he's just about done. First pair coming up. Round number 2 of Alpine Backhoe Canada West Door Slammers action. So it looks like the first pair, round 2, is going to be Ray Rusiani and Mr. Kennedy. And here comes the first pair. It's going to be James Kennedy in the right lane, Ray Rusiani in the left. Second generation Chevy 2. Tower side of the racetrack for Dexy Paws. Ray Rusiani dialed in at 835. Kennedy dialed in at 690 for Ken's Specialty Automotive. '2004 Pontiac Grand Am. So exactly 1.45 seconds will separate them via the handicap. Rusiani in the yellow Chevy 2 leaving first. Somebody was 005. And it was your winner, James Kennedy. 005, one above with a 5. 20 pack, taking 83 at the stripe. Rusiani was 064 on the tree, then almost 4 hun above the 835 dial. So James Kennedy will be coming back for round number 3. Now Chris Lloyd will take on our number 1 qualifier, Rod Leclerc. Chris Lloyd in the right lane dialed 843 in his 97 Camaro. Lloyd out of Oyama, BC. Leclerc from the island, Victoria. Big shout out going to Ken's Specialty Automotive. Joe Leclerc, Tommy, Andy. And of course, Paradise Homes. 44 thousandths difference at the starting line. And it is Chris Lloyd there, going one above the 843 dial. Rod Leclerc had the starting line advantage, 021 to 065, but could only manage 689 on the 670 dial. Not sure where he gave up the time. But Chris Lloyd moving on to round number 3. Now Mike Kenworthy will face Mike Bedsworth. So Bedsworth in the right lane, dialed 709. Kenworthy, his Purple Firebird, dialed 823. So big difference in reaction times here. Pretty easy to call this one. Bedsworth takes the win easily, 717 on the 709, as he was double 06 up front. Gave him all kinds of room to work with up top. Now Brian Ritchie and Chad Hops. Just 2/100ths of a second will separate these two by the dials. Almost heads up. Brian Ritchie, the quicker of the two, dialed at 797. Chad Hops, 799. Ritchie rolls up there, lights the pre-stage. Now Chad lights the pre-stage. So 2 green lights, 40 thou difference. Black car is going to win. And he in fact does. So Hops runs under 799 dial, 797. Getting to the stripe first by 12 thousandths of a second. Brian Ritchie on the safe side of the 797 dial with an 8-second flat run. So Brian Ritchie for Ritchie Racing Engines coming back for round number 3. Darren Buick and Otto Schulte now. Schulte in the right lane. The Blue Cavalier dialed 761. Darren Buick dialed 818. So one of these drivers with a 27 thou advantage. And it was your winner, Darren Buick, better at both ends. Gets to the finish line first by just 4 thousandths of a second to be 300ths above the 818 dial. So we'll see the 67 Nova coming back for Evans Excavating. 2 more. Paul Stretch and Steve Lowe. I'm not sure what's going on with Steve Lowe's car, whether he's getting ready to paint it, whether this is maybe step 1 of a aggressive polish. I don't know. Maybe he's going for some kind of new age patina look. At any rate, he's dialed 827. Exactly 1 second slower than Paul Stretch in the right lane. .007 reaction time for Paul Stretch. Then one above the 727 dial. Moving on. Steve Lowe was 053 on the tree and not really a player. And I do believe that's going to do it for round number 2 of Door Slammers action. So we'll go ahead and make the call now for juniors. Juniors, this is your call to the staging lane. Juniors, you can come on down to the staging lanes. Juniors, come on down. We'll put Thunder in lane number 1, Lightning in lane number 2, and Junior Street, bring them down to 3 and 4. Once again, juniors, this is your call to the staging lanes. We need juniors to the lanes. Thunder lane 1, Lightning lane 2, Junior Street lanes 3 and 4, please. Some test hits coming up. Apparently we've got Eric Fredrickson. Boy, easy for me to say. Fredrickson in the right lane. Second gen Nova. So on and off the gas a whole bunch. End result, a 752 at 175. Now Colton Morin going to make a test hit in the dragster. Guess they had a freeze plug pop out of the thing this morning. Unfortunate timing. But it looks like they've got it all fixed up. Eighth mile, 5:03, 136. Quarter mile, 7:94, 166. So here's this little Jeep Cherokee. Pretty cool little truck. So I'm going to say he clicked it off just before the 8th mile, but went 5.99. Now Derek Shirk with his new blower combo. 440 dragster. Well, somewhere in the 440s. Do believe Derek opened up the day with a 443, which is the quickest he's ever gone. So went 453 to buck 48 to the 8th. Was then kind of off and off the gas a little bit. Not sure if it was feeling loose or what was going on. Now Dan Rodrigue. Coming up in one of Derek Shirk's newly acquired dragsters. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top Comp, Top Comp, this is your call to the lanes. Top Comp, we need you to the staging lanes. Top Comp, you can come on down for laddering. Once again, Top Comp, this is your call to the staging lanes. And with that, we're going to give a standby call to Pro Bracket. Pro Bracket, you are on standby. Please be ready to go. So Rodrigue goes 774, 169. Here comes Jason Grunland. Pretty cool looking hot rod. black and orange flames. I don't care what it is, qualifies as a hot rod. So again, top comp, we're looking for top comp in the lanes. And we've given the standby call. Wow. To Pro Bracket. So Jason Grunland was actually in the right-hand lane, headed straight for the 330 block. Made a pretty sharp maneuver to not take the block out. Thanks very much for that. Certainly grabbed everybody's attention in doing so, but it all just kind of worked out, so that's good. So it looks like Irene Cocatello coming up next. And with that, I'm going to put the microphone down and go get ready to run.
So with that, we are going to have our Race of Champions motorcycle final from last night that we are running today. It's going to bring up Tom Turand in the right lane here and Wild Bill McDonald in the left lane. Bill dialed in with a 918, Tom with a 1450. Bill doing the best he can to try and chase down Tom Turand at the end of the track. Tom gonna get the win, going 1461 with a 9 on the 1450. Was 061 on the tree, taking out Bill McDonald. Wild Bill was 906, breaking out on the 918, trying to chase him down. So Tom Turand is our ROC champion for our Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycle category. And I will just say, what a way to finish it for Tom. My understanding is that this is his final race as a motorcycle racer. Tom coming in about 5-6 years ago here, joining the motorcycle category and doing a heck of a job, winning a couple championships, winning a whole heck of a lot of Wallies. I actually seen him this morning coming out of the tower. He was walking down with Les. Les was taking some photos. Both him and Les had a whole handful of Wallies for the photos. So I kind of chuckled to myself because there's not many people in this world that get to sit there and go, hey, I need some help to carry my Wallies because I can't carry them all myself. So good for Tom. And there it is. There it is. Sorry, I should have been announcing that. Josephine Smith and Josh Klosky in the semifinals. Josephine Smith taking the win against Josh Klosky, going 980 with a 1 on the 971. Was 081 on the tree. Josh Klosky was 011 on the tree, but was 908 on the 9 flat dial. So that is huge for Josephine Smith because she is technically in the points lead right now. And depending what happens here, Tyler Smith takes the win. So we're going to have an all-Smith showdown in the final round, and the final round of Junior Street is going to decide our Junior Street Points Champion of the Year. It will either be Tyler Smith or Josephine Smith. Who's it going to be? Brother versus sister. This does not get any better. So we're all frantically doing some rough math in our head up here to see how this is going to shake out for Junior Street, but it's a close one, and basically the way it works is that whoever wins between Tyler and Jose takes the championship. So huge final round of Junior Street will be coming up in a bit here. It's going to move us into our semifinals of Junior Thunder. Hunter Thompson here in the left lane in the JBS Equipment Dragster, dialed in with a 893, going against Danica Harder over there in the right lane with a 1452. So Hunter Thompson going to take the win, going 898 on the 893, was 147 on the tree. Danica was 211 on the tree, going 1460 on the 1452. So Hunter Thompson going to move into the final round where he will either face off against Wes Armstrong, who is in the right lane in the Fountain Tire Dragster over there, or Grayson Mass in the New Elevation Civil Construction Dragster here in the left lane. So Grayson dialed in with a 910, Wes with a 924. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to make the call for Pro category, National Tire Wholesale Pro. We need you down to the staging lanes. You guys are still random for one more round. So Pro category, you can make your way down to the staging lanes, please. So Grayson going to take the win and move on into the final round. Was 919 on the 910. Grayson was 002 on the tree. 002 in the junior dragster. That is a very nice light. So great job, Grayson. Moving on into the final round where he will face off against Hunter Thompson. Wes Armstrong with a good light too was 051. That's awesome in a junior, but didn't get it done at the end of the track. So Grayson moving on. Just going to bring us into our junior lightning category now with our semi-finalist here. We have McKenna Thompson in the left lane in the JBS Equipment Dragster. Isabella Marshall over there in the right lane, racing for Canco Petroleum and De Silva Auto World. Isabella dialed in with a 801 and McKenna with an 810. McKenna looking to take the win here and move on into the final round where she'll face off against her sister April Bond. April with the bye in the semifinals here. April also wrapping up the championship. So April is our Stay Tuned Auto Repair Junior Lightning champion for the season. And I also believe that all he had to do this morning was stage his car, so I think Alex Green as well took home the championship in our Junior Thunder category just by simply staging his car in the first round, wrapped it up. So we got a few that came down to the end here, Junior Street being one of them. So Isabella going to spoil the all-sister final. Taking the win here, going 805 on the 801, was 041 on the tree. McKenna Thompson 810 breaking out on the 810, or 802 breaking out on the 810 dial. So Isabella Marshall will move into the final round today where she will face off against April Bond, who has the bye here in the semifinal. So April Bond getting the bye here, going 7.97 on the 7.93, was 0.37 on the tree. She will be back for the final round against Isabella Marshall. So that's going to move us into our top comp category. Bubba's Speed Shop, Newegg, Artex Racing. Big sponsors this weekend for our top comp category. We thank you. It's going to bring up Greg Dowdy here in the left lane and Logan Bell in the right lane. Cue the cheering section. They didn't cheer. They're not listening to me. It's okay. Logan Bell dialed in with a 455. Greg Dowdy with a 494. Both in the dragsters. Some dragster on dragster hate crime here. So Greg Dowdy taking the win, 495 on the 494, was 011. Logan Bell was 457 on the 455, but was 039 on the tree. So Greg Dowdy going to move into the final round of Top Comp today, where he will face off against Jeremy Soares, who has the bye. So it's going to be An all dragster final. I mean, it was an all dragster semifinal, actually. Well, Logan, Greg, and Jeremy all driving dragsters. So now it's going to be an all dragster final. Craig Dowdy will take on Jeremy Soares. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman, we're going to call you down to the lanes to be laddered, please. Sportsman category, we're looking for you in the lanes to be laddered. It's Jeremy Soares, 478 on the 477, was 051 on the tree. Doing his job in the buy run here, moving on into the final where he's going to face Greg Dowdy in our top comp final. With that, we're going to move into our pro category. And Super Pro, attention in the pits. Super Pro, you're on standby. So in our pro category here, Ralph Ayler is going to take the win and move on into the next round. Steve Baskerville going 047 red, which was good because Ralph was 575 to the green. So Ralph's thinking about the poker tournament that he's going to enter later, but he should be focusing right now on his light, Ralph. But Ralph Ayler's moving on. Good job. 1078 on the 1080. Steve Baskerville was 1163 on the 11 flat. It's going to bring up John Tabak in the S10 pickup against Kim Cornish over there in the right lane. John Tabak with a 1051 up on the board. Kim with a 1114. John Tabak going to get it done, going 1052 on the 1051. John was 046 on the tree. Kim had him on the tree, 036, but breaking out, going 1113 with a 7 on the 1114. Our next pair up going to be Chris Stone in the Dodge in the left lane against John Basinski in the Cuda in the right lane. Some club member against club member racing here. Chris Stone dialing with a 1022 and John with a 1088. Chris Stone lights the red light, going 006 red, handing the win over to John Basinski. 071 on the tree. John 1087 with a 2 was under the dial of a 1088, but managed to take the win because Chris was red. So John will move on into the next round. Just gonna bring up Dave Jung in the 96 Camaro in the left lane, dialed in with a 1067, and Matt Warner, our ROC winner, in the right lane with a 1053 up there. So Dave Jung getting the win on the double red light show. Dave Jung was 003 red. Matt Warner was 032 red. So Matt Warner, unfortunately, was worse red. So Dave Jung's going to get the win there and move on. Was 1077. Bring up our final car here. Rick McKinney with a 1049 up on the board. Rick got the bye. Moving on into the next round. So Rick McKinney with a trip zip perfect light. Trip zip with a 5 in the buy run. You got to save those for competition, not when you got the buy run. Save them when you need them. Rick McKinney was perfect on the tree there. 1048 with a 1 on the 1049. So he'll be back next round and try and do his best to maybe follow up with another trip zip. Who knows? Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. We're going to make the call for Rad Torque Systems Super Pro to the staging lanes. We're also going to put our motorcycle final on a standby. Hey, attention in the pits out there. Jim Banky, Timothy Banky. We are looking for you in the staging lanes. Jim Bob Banky. I'm going to call you a few different names until you show up. So Jim Banky, we're looking for you in the staging lanes. Ken Lowe has asked me to call you down to the staging lanes. Thank you. Rad Torque System Super Pro, you have been called to the lane, so you should be on your way down. It's going to move us into our Vancouver Car Wraps Sportsman category. Just going to bring up our first car, Jessica Armstrong with the bye. Dialed in with a 1329 in the 75 Dart. So Jessica, 097 on the tree, 1327 with a 3 on the 1329. She's going to move on into the semifinal. where she's going to either face off against Roland Lowen or Veronica Hodgson. But for now, we got Joel Smith and Sean Langley up here. The winner of this pair is going to get themselves a bye into the final round. Joel with the 1163 up on the board, and Sean Langley with an 1178. And it's going to be Joel Smith getting the win. Sean Langley goes 009 red. So Joel Smith going to move on into the semifinal, where he gets a nice little bye into the final round. So Joel was 1154 on the 1163. I think he's holding a few numbers, people. It's going to bring up our final sportsman pair here. Roland Lowen in the 55 Meteor in the left lane with a 1294 up on the board. Veronica Hodgson in the right lane in the 69 Dodge with an 1197. Veronica Hodgson getting the win there, going 1194 on breaking out on the 1197, but Roland Lowen was 077 to the red. So Roland Lowen going red on the tree, handing the win over to Veronica Hodgson. She will move into the semifinal where she'll face off against Jessica Armstrong. And then Joel Smith on the other side of the ladder has himself that bye into the final round. So either Veronica or Jessica will take on Joel Smith in the final round of Sportsman today. Hey, attention in the pits out there. Attention in the pits. Mountain View Harley-Davidson Motorcycle Final. We're going to get you down, please. Mountain View Harley-Davidson Motorcycle Final. You can come on down to lanes 1. You know who you're racing. There's only 2 of you left. But we're also going to make a call for Old Car Center Hot Rod. So Old Car Center Hot Rod semifinalists, can you make your way down to the staging lanes, please? We are going to put Super Combo and Super Shifters on a standby. Moving into our Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. We have John Jenkins in the left lane in the 88 S10 pickup, dialed in with a 1041 against Scott Robinson over there in the Beretta. Scott with a 771 up on the board. John Jenkins going to get the win, going 1042 on the 1041, was 024 on the tree, taking out Scott Robinson and moving on into the next round. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Lord Coast Super Combo Final. We're going to make the call for our Lord Coast Super Combo Final. So motorcycle final, you've been called. Old Car Center Hot Rod, you've been called. And Lord Coast Super Combo, you've been called for your final round. You can come on down to lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Shifters, you're on standby. Matt Dahm in the left lane in the 80 Plymouth. Going to run against Dan Parsons. Matt with a 9-0 up on the board. Dan with a 1090 up on the board. I can probably tell you who's going to win this one. Ooh, and Matt Dahm with a issue. Whole bunch of smoke coming out of that thing at the top end. So we're going to have to go take a look at that. Attention in the pits out there. Canada West Door Slammers, you guys are on standby. Door Slammer, you're on standby. So a ton of smoke out of Matt Dahm's car there at the top end. We're going to see if he dropped any fluid. Hopefully he did not leave any fluids behind on the track and we can get back to racing, but we're going to check it out and make sure everything's all good. Dan Parsons getting the win there. The reason why I said I could probably call that race was that Matt Dahm was 380 on the tree. Dan Parsons was 034. So Dan Parsons going 1091 on the 1090. So I can see that we got our motorcycle final down there. Still got a couple Super Pro cars to go, 2 to be exact. We have called our Lord Coast Super Combo final. Hot Rods at the back of the stage lanes getting all paired up back there for their semifinals. Super Shifters, you are on standby. And Door Slammer, you are also on standby. Okay, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're going to make the call for BC McLeod Clutches BC Super Shifters. Super Shifters, we're going to call you down to the staging lanes. BC Super Shifters, you can make your way down to the staging lanes, please, for next round of eliminations. Bringing up our last pair of Super Pro cars here, Lorenz Schwartz, our Super Pro Race of Champions winner last night, going against Stefan Robert. Stefan driving the 34 Chevy over there. Lorenz in the 83 Monte Carlo. Lorenz dialing with a 1016 and Stefan with a 905. Sounds like Stefan had a little bit of an issue out there, couldn't make the full pass. He definitely was not where he was supposed to be. Run 928 on the 905 was, got a little bit close to the wall there, so might have pedaled it a couple times because of it. So Lorenz Schwartz taking the win, going 1028 on the 1016. Lorenz was 011. Stefan was 137 on the tree. So that's going to move us into our hot rod category. Just going to bring up Roland Lone and Rob Hodgson. Rob Hodgson frantically waving over the starter because his dial-in is incorrect. It's a 1073. We like Rob. Rob's a good guy. Rob checks his dial-in before he stages his car. Highly recommend doing that. So Roland with the advantage here, but does not turn it into the win light. Roland Lone was 050 on the tree, breaking out, going 1291 on the 1297. So Rob Hodgson, 1073 with a 7 on the 1073, completes the first half of the all Rob Hot Rod Final Quest. So this is as Shelly would say, a nail biter. Rob Monroe Jr. in the left lane with a 1050 on the board against Jerry Brabender in the right lane with a 1078. Starting line advantage to one of the drivers. Can he turn it into a win light at the end of the track? And he does. Rob Monroe Jr. 1054 on the 1050 was 037 on the tree. Jerry Brabander was 080, breaking out, going 1077 on the 1078. So that is going to set up an epic all Rob Hot Rod Rob final, in which we'll also decide the Hot Rod Championship. So Rob Monroe Jr. will race against Rob Hodgson in the Old Car Center Hot Rod Final to decide the winner today and also the winner of the points championship for Old Car Center Hot Rod. So you can't write a story much better than that. So it appears as though we've got our super combo final at the back of the staging lanes there. We have one super shifter. We're missing some super shifters, so super shifters, we've called you down to the staging lanes. Super shifters, we need you. Door slammers, you are on a short standby now. We're going to call door slammers very quickly here, so be ready to roll. Well, I have a moment of silence here. I'm going to express how disappointed I am in the Morin family. The timing could not have been better on this. I actually didn't know that they were walking into the tower, and I literally turned around and they just walked through the door. So I am extremely disappointed in the fact that it has been a whole day. It's 4:36. It's 4:36, Almorn, and I don't have a Reese's Nougat in my hands.
We're starving.
You have failed. Do you have something to say about it, Al? Would you like to say something for yourself? No, he doesn't get to defend himself. He didn't bring nougats. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West door slammers, we're going to call you down to the staging lanes, please. Canada West door slammers, we're going to make the call for you down to the staging lanes to be laddered now. Juniors, you are on standby. And in our Lordco Super Combo Final, we have an all Super Street Index showdown. Dan Parsons in the left lane in the Duster with the 1090 up there. Martin Rochelle in the right lane with the 1090 as well. We have 2 green lights. Slight advantage here to Dan Parsons. And Dan Parsons turns that into a win. Dan Parsons goes 1092 on the 1090, was 013 on the tree. Martin Rochelle 1094 on the 1090, was 025. So Dan Parsons is your Lordco Super Combo winner for the day. Congratulations, Mr. Parsons. Well done. We will see you back up here for Super Pro. It's going to move us to our BC Super Shifters. McLeod Clutches BC Super Shifters category. You're going to see John DePork in the left lane with a 1014 up there, racing against Jamie Roth in the right lane with a 1007. John driving the Chevy Camaro, Jamie in the Comet over there. Jamie Roth going to pit punch his ticket to the final round because John DePork goes red, 064 red. So Jamie Roth moving into the final round of Super Shifters where he will face off against Dan Gray in the F250 pickup. Dan got himself a nice little bye here to the final round. So this is our Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycle final for today. Wild Bill McDonald in the left lane with a 903. Corey Craig in the right lane with a 786. Wild Bill with a 009 reaction time. Probably not going to lose this race, and he doesn't. Wild Bill McDonald goes 908 on the 903. Was 009 on the tree. Corey Craig goes 792 on the 786. So Wild Bill, your winner today in our Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycle category. Runner-up in the ROC, but took the win in motorcycle. So congratulations, Mr. Wild Bill. Good job. Attention in the pits out there. Attention in the pits. Going to make a final announcement for Les, who is on the third floor of the timing tower doing racer photos. Les Pachula is up on the third floor of the timing tower doing racer photos. If you want to get racer photos, go see him on the third floor of the timing tower, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. License and test lanes 5 and 6, please. License and test lanes 5 and 6. So we are making the call. License and test lanes 5 and 6, please. Door slammers, you're down here already getting paired up. Juniors, you're on standby. We're going to call you very shortly here, which means that pro, you're also on a standby too. So back to Canada West Door Slammers here. First pair up, Chris Lloyd in the left lane in the 97 Camaro, Brian Ritchie over there in the Chevelle, and Brian Ritchie goes 004 red. So Chris Lloyd going to move on into the semi-finals here of Canada West Door Slammer action. Brian Ritchie unfortunately packing up and going home. Just going to bring up our next pair here. Mike Bedsworth in the right lane, facing off against what I believe Paul Stretch. Also, attention in the pits, attention in the lanes out there. This is going to be our final license and test rotation. Yes, final license and test rotation. So if you have not made it down for the license and test hit and you still want to make one more, you should probably get down to the staging lanes, lanes 5 and 6, because this will be our final license and test rotation. So it is Paul Stretch here in the left lane in the Cavalier against Mike Bedsworth over there in the 96 Cutlass. Mike Bedsworth dialed in with a 708, Paul with a 726. So Paul Stretch taking the win there, moving on into the semifinals. Paul Stretch goes 728 on the 726, was 011 on the tree. Mike Bedsworth 077 was 709 with an 8 on the 708. So Mike Bedsworth going to be going home, and Paul Stretch moving into the semifinals where he will face off against James Kennedy or Darren Buick, the winner of this pair right here. So James Kennedy in the right lane, driving the 2004 Grand Am, dialed in with a 690. Darren Buick in the 67 Nova with 820 up on the board. Cadence Rodriguez gonna hop on the bike here to call James Kennedy. No, she looks at me with fear in her eyes. She is not going to get on the mic. But James Kennedy is gonna get the win. 692 on the 690, was 021 on the tree. Darren Buick was 126, 820 on the 820 though, but won and lost that one. Darren lost that one on the starting line. James getting the win, moving into the semifinal where he's going to face against Paul Stretch. Chris Lloyd on the other side of the ladder going to get a bye into the finals. Attention in the pits out there. Attention in the pits. We're going to make the call for juniors. Juniors to the staging lanes. Isabella Marshall, you're already here, so you don't got to come on down because you already made it. Hey, if you ain't first, you're last, right? So juniors, make your way down to the staging lanes, please. Junior Street, Junior Dragsters Pro, you are on standby. And you must forgive me because I slightly lapsed and forgot about Top Comp. So Top Comp, we're going to call our Top Comp final. Top Comp, you can come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Yes, we're going to get our top comp final down to lanes 5 and 6. Pro, you're on a very short standby. Juniors, you have been called down to the lanes. So Matt Black in the little Jeep. We love this thing. Usually likes to do a pretty big wheelie, but it was pretty tame last pass. I think Matt got tired of bending front diffs, so he's kind of tamed the wheelies down a little bit. Okay, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top comp, you've been called down, so top comp, you should be coming down to lanes 5 and 6. We're going to make the call for Pro. National Tire Wholesale Pro, please. We're going to call you down to the lanes. Pro, you can come on down to the lanes to be laddered. And Sportsman and Super Pro, you're on standby. So it takes us down to the Junior Street Final, our Stay Tuned Auto Repair Junior Street Final. Tyler Smith in the left lane, two-time Junior Street champion, racing against his sister, Josephine Smith, in the right lane, both in the Chevy pickups. Tyler dialed in with 11:03, Jose with a 9:79. The winner of this race is also our Junior Street champion of the season. So is Tyler Smith going to take home 3 championships, or is Josephine Smith going to say, no way, I'm taking it? And let me tell you, there is a starting line advantage for one of them right now. I'm not going to tell you who because they got radios in those trucks. I know that. And it is Josephine Smith. Josephine Smith goes double 09 on the tree, 977 on the 979, winning the double breakout. She was double 09 in the final round to win the Junior Street Championship, beating her brother, taking the chance of 3-time champion away from him. Congratulations, Josephine Smith, taking the win today and taking the championship. Well done. That's going to be a happy Smith family. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to make the call for sportsmen, please. Sportsman category down to the staging lanes. So this is our Junior Thunder final. Grayson Mass in the right lane, dialed in with a 910 against Hunter Thompson over there in the right lane. Hunter dialed in with a 897. So both juniors in, Grayson wiggling it in there deep on the very end of it and gets the starting line advantage, turns that into a win down track. Grayson Mass goes 918 on the 910, was 110 on the tree. Hunter Thompson 893 breaking out on the 897. So Grayson Mass taking the win. He is your Junior Thunder winner today. Congratulations to the Mass family. So that's going to bring us to our Junior Lightning final, which features Isabella Marshall, our ROC champion, and April Bond, our season-long points champion. Yes, April Bond taking home the Junior Lightning Points Championship this weekend. Congratulations to her, and hopefully maybe she can put the icing on the cake here and take the win so she can win the race and win the championship all in one day. So April Bond dialed in with a 797 in the JBS Equipment Dragster. Isabella Marshall in the right lane dialed in with an 802. a slight starting line advantage to April in the left lane. And unfortunately, she doesn't turn that into a win light. April Bond breaking out 796 with a 2 on the 797. She was 057 on the tree. Isabella Marshall taking the win. Winning last night, winning today. Just a winning weekend for Isabella Marshall, going 806 on the 802, was 072 on the tree. Congratulations to the Marshall family for the win last night and the win today. And a huge congratulations to the Bond family for the points championship in Junior Lightning. April Bond wrapping that up today. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We have made the call for Sportsman. Sportsman, you should be in the lanes. I'm going to make the call now for Super Pro, Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro, you can come on down to the staging lanes, please. So this is our top comp final. So Greg Dowdy here in the left lane, Jeremy Soares over there in the right lane. Greg Dowdy with a 495 up on the board, Jeremy with a 478. All dragster final in our top comp category. Huge thanks to Bubba's Speed Shop, Derek Shirk, Andy Hatton. Huge thanks to John DeYoung, Artex Racing, Newegg. Without these guys, it'd be tough to make it happen and make the payouts like we do for some of these classes. So big thanks to them. And Jeremy Soares is your winner. Greg Dowdy goes 017 red. So Jeremy Soares taking the win here in top comp. He is your top comp winner for the weekend. Jeremy was 477 on the 478, but was double 07 on the tree. Greg Dowdy was 017 red, 494 on the 495. So Jeremy Soares, congratulations to the Soares family taking the win here in top comp. So that's going to take us into National Tire Wholesale Pro, where we have John Tabak here in the left lane in the S10 pickup against Ralph President Ehlers over there in the right lane. Ralph dialed in with a 1078, John with a 1051. So a sizable starting line advantage here in the one lane, and he does not turn it into a win light. Ralph Ehlers was 029 on the tree to John's 072. John, though, taking the win, going 1053 on the 1051. Ralph was 1084 on the 1078. So John Tabak taking the win and going to move on into the semifinals of our pro category. Dave Jung here in the left lane in the 96 Camaro against John Bazinski in the 70 Cuda. Two super stalkers facing off against each other in our pro category here. John with the starting line advantage, and he turns it into the win light. John with a 1084 on the 1084, was 104 on the tree. Dave Jung, 1061 with a 9 on the 1063, but was 235 on the tree. So John Bazinski going to move into the next round here. Semi-final. So Rick McKinney going to get the famous double bye. Gets to move into the semifinals. Rick McKinney was 1047 on the 1049, 107 on the tree. Didn't really matter what he did because he had the bye, so he moves on into the next round. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod, Old Car Center Hot Rod. We're going to make the call for Old Car Center Hot Rod to come on down to the staging lanes for your final round, please. And Super Shifters, Hot Rod and BC McLeod, or McLeod Clutches BC Super Shifters. We're going to call both of you down. Super Shifters and Hot Rod, you can come on down to the staging lanes for your final rounds. And Canada West Door Slammers, you guys are on a standby. So I'm just going to put the reminder out there to everybody. We are going to do the King of the Track at the end of the day here. So Matt Warner, Loren Schwartz, who's still racing, Rob Hodgson, also still racing, and Brendan Piskacek. Hopefully Brendan did not go home. No, I see his car down there. He didn't, so we're good. So the four of you, we are going to run the Race of Champions at the end of the day, or not the Race Champions, sorry, the King of the Track at the end of the day. And almost identical reaction times. And Jessica turns it into a win light, 13:27 on the 13:29, winning the double breakout. Veronica Hodgson goes 11:90 on the 11:94. Jessica Armstrong was 1:12 with a 1, and Veronica was 1:12 with an 8. So almost identical reaction times. Jessica Armstrong, though, taking the win. She's going to move into the final round where she will face off against Joel Smith, who has a bye right now into the final round. So needless to say, the Smith family having a real good day. Joe's taking the win in Junior Street and taking the championship. And now Joel Smith moving into the final round, hopefully maybe getting the win in Sportsman. So this is our Rad Torque Systems Super Pro semifinal. You got John Jenkins in the left lane in the S10 pickup, having himself a good day. Dialed in with the 1042, taking on Dan Parsons over there in the Duster with the Super Street 1090 Index. And the winner of this pair will face off against Loren Schwartz, who has himself a nice little bye into the finals. So Dan Parsons taking the win there, going 1091 on the 1090, was 026 on the tree. John Jenkins 037, 1040 breaking out on the 1042. So Dan Parsons going to move into the final round where he will race in his second final round of the day. He was in the Super Combo final round as well. And I believe he actually won it. Short memory here. Bad short memory I have. Memory confirmed, Dan Parsons was our Super Combo winner, so he has the chance to do the double down today and take the win in Super Pro and Super Combo. He's going to face off against Loren Schwartz. Loren's running 1018 on the 1010, was 009 on the tree. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're going to make the call. Door slammer, Canada West door slammer. We're going to call you down for your semifinal round. So Canada West door slammer, if you could come on down to the staging lanes for your semifinal round, please. And here it is, folks, the all Rob, Hot Rod Rob final. Rob Monroe Jr. in the left lane. Also in the kind of matching blue cart. I mean, not matching, obviously. One's a Plymouth, one's a Chevy product, but kind of matching in blue color, I guess. So Rob Monroe Jr. in the left lane, dialed in with a 1049 in the Acadian. Rob Hodgson in the 67 Plymouth in the right lane, dialed in with a 1071. This not only will decide the race today, it will also decide the points championship for the Old Car Center Hot Rod category. So I can promise you this, and I will put all of everything I own, every dollar I have in my pocket, we will have a Rob as the Hot Rod champion. Which Rob? We do not know, but it will be a Rob. It's going to be Hot Rod Rob, that's for sure. Rob Monroe Jr. gonna take the win, was 0-14 on the tree, had the starting line advantage. Rob Hodgson was 0-80 on the tree. So Rob Monroe Jr. going 10-55 on the 10-49. Rob Hodgson was 10-71 on the 10-71, but that race was won and lost on the starting line. So we do have a Hot Rod Rob decision here. It is Rob Monroe Jr., our Old Car Center Hot Rod winner for the day and our points champion for the season. So congratulations to the Monroe family. Congratulations to Rob Monroe on a season well done, taking home the Hot Rod Championship. Just going to bring up our Super Shifter final. Dan Gray in the left lane in the F250 pickup against Jamie Roth in the right lane in the 64 Comet. Jamie dialed in with a 1006. Dan Gray with an 1170. Impressive how fast he gets that pickup truck moving. In the starting line advantage. Does not go to the win light. Dan Gray was 0-54 on the tree to Jamie Roth's 108, but Jamie Roth going to take the win, going 10-10 on the 1006. Dan Gray was 1180 on the 1170. Margin of victory 0-0-4. So Jamie Roth says that one was for Heidi, taking the win today. Congratulations, Jamie. And a job well done here in the McLeod Clutches BC Super Shifters category. Jamie Roth is your winner today. So we have made the call out there for Canada West Door Slammers. Pro, you're on a standby right now. Sportsman and Super Pro, you should be on standby as well too. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro. National Tire Wholesale Pro. I don't know if I called you to the staging lanes. I don't remember, but if I didn't, we're going to get you down to the staging lanes. And if I did, then you should be there. So National Tire Wholesale Pro, I didn't call you to the staging lanes. I know I didn't because I can see John DeBack's truck sitting over there with the hood up. And he is never late to the party. So Rad Torque Systems, Super Pro, or Pro, sorry. I am all messed up. National Tire Wholesale Pro. I almost swore there too. National Tire Wholesale Pro. We're going to call you down to the staging lanes, please. So we're just finishing up a little bit of track prep here before our Door Slammer final. Or Door Slammer semi-final. Sorry, I am apparently getting super loopy here at the end of the day. So Chris Lloyd has himself a nice little bye into the final round. And James Kennedy going to face against Paul Stretch. And the winner of that pair will face off against Chris Lloyd in the final round of our Canada West Door Slammers. Brought to you by Alpine Baco this weekend. Big thanks to Lance Family Racing. So our Canada West Door Slammer semifinal. Paul Stretch in the 2002 Cavalier against James Kennedy in the 2004 Grand Am. I like to call this one the battle of the mid-2000s commuters. Paul Stretch going to take the win. Paul Stretch went 728 on the 726. Paul Stretch was 017 on the tree. James Kennedy 024, 695 on the 691. I know that Paul Stretch said he was going to retire. If you can hear me there, Mrs. Stretch, I know Paul said he was going to retire after this season, but the man has been cutting great lights. He can't retire. He's got to keep racing. So Chris Lloyd here with the semifinal bye. Going to get a free pass, head on into the final round where he will face off against Paul Stretch. So Chris Lloyd, not his best reaction time, 4:39 on the tree, but didn't matter. He had a bye run, so he could do kind of whatever he wanted. Goes 8:42 with a 3 on the 8:43. He will be back for the final round of Canada West Door Slammer action. Come on, Isabel. You got to look a little bit happy over there. No straight face. Put the smile on. Let's go. So we have our pro semifinalists getting suited and booted up at the back of the staging lanes there. I'm going to make the call for our Sportsman and Super Pro final. So Sportsman, Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, your final round. You can come on down to the staging lanes, and Rad Torque Systems Super Pro, we will also get you down to the staging lanes for your final round. This is our National Tire Wholesale Pro semifinal. John Bazinski in the left lane in the 70 CUDA going against Rick McKinney over there in the Camaro. Rick McKinney with a 1047. John with a 1082. Mr. John Bazinski is deadly today, going 002 on the tree. He's going to take the win. John Bazinski 002, 1089 on the 1082. Rick McKinney was 1046, breaking out on the 1047. Rick was 103 on the tree. So John Bazinski going to move into the final round where he will face off against John Tabak, who has himself a bye into the final round. So John Tabak with a 9-10 up there on the board. So that's going to move us into our Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman final round, which is going to have Jessica Armstrong here in the 75 Dart against Joel Smith over there in the 68 Chevelle. Smith family having themselves a day today. I'm going to guess that Josephine too busy popping bottles of champagne to make it down to the starting line, so she's down there on the fence line drinking them non-alcoholic, I hope. Championship winning drinks. So Jessica Armstrong dialed in with a 13:27. Joel Smith with an 11:60. And Joel Smith going to take the win here. Jessica goes red. Jessica goes 0:59 red, handing the win over to Joel Smith. So Joel Smith was 0:56 to the green on the tree. Going to take the win, going 11:54 on the 11:60, but did not matter as he got the win on the starting line. So congratulations to the Smith family. What a day for them. Joel Smith taking the win here in our Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman category. Josephine Smith, his daughter, taking the win against Tyler Smith, her brother, in the junior street category, also taking home the points championship at the same time. Hey, congratulations there, Mr. Jamie Roth. I don't know if you can hear me there, Jamie, in the winner's circle. So this is our Rad Torque Systems Super Pro Final. Lorenz Schwartz in the left lane in the 83 Monte Carlo. Also our Super Pro ROC winner last night. So looking to go back-to-back here, take 2 wins in the weekend. Lorenz dialed in with a 1018 against Dan Parsons with a 1090. Dan Parsons driving the Quality Racing Duster. Virtually identical reaction times. Gonna come down to the finish line here. Who's gonna take it at the stripe? And it is going to be Lorenz Schwartz going 1018 with a 1 on the 1018. Dan Parsons was 1091 on the 1090. Dan was 039 on the tree. Lorenz 040. Margin of victory 0079. Attention in the pits out there. Attention in the pits. King of the track. King of the track. We are putting you on a 10-minute standby. King of the track. We're going to call you down in 10 minutes here. So, Lorenz, I know you just ran, but we're going to be making the call for first round of King of the Track in about 10 minutes here. So, King of the Track has Matt Warner for pro category, Lorenz Schwartz for pro, super pro, Rob Hodgson for hot rod, and Brandon Piskacek for sportsman. These four gentlemen are going to battle it out for the King of the Track Wally and the claim to fame that they are the King of the Track. So we're going to put King of the Track on a 10-minute standby. Pro, you guys are on a 7-minute standby. I'm going to call you down in about 5 minutes. So Pro, you got about 5 minutes before I call you down for your guys' final. King of the Track, you got 10 minutes. And Door Slammers, don't worry, you got a little bit of time. What we're going to do here, just to fill everybody in, we're going to run our Pro final. We're going to run our King of the Track first round. We're going to run our Door Slammer final after that, and then we will run our King of the Track final round, and then we will be done for the day. Well, we have some quiet time. I'm going to call people by name here because I got checks up here. I got a bunch of checks up here in the tower. Ray Rusiani, Chad Hops, Rod LeClaire, Steve Lowe, Mike Kenworthy, Darren Buick, Brian Ritchie, Mike Bedsworth, Steve Watkins, James Kennedy, Veronica Hodgson, Jerry Brabander, Roland Lowen, Rob Hodgson, Rob Monroe Jr. We got some checks up here in the tower for you. See you later, Brad Powell. Nice horn. We like it. It's not actually that cold out there, is it? You got Dennis in shorts and a t-shirt. And then you got Shaylin in what looks like to have snow pants on. 3 layers of sweater and a toque. And presumably, I would have guessed maybe a hot drink in there, or is it a cold drink, and that's why you're wearing so many layers? I have never seen that golf cart look so good. You know what? I actually didn't realize it was the same golf cart, to be honest. Wally pointed it out. Was like, you notice that golf cart? And I was like, no way. Nice to see it back out here. Hey, attention in the pits out there. Ray Rusiani. Darren Buick has taken your check. Said he was going to take it to you, but then he kind of laughed a little bit as he was leaving. So I'd maybe hunt him down because I have a feeling he might be trying to take it. But yes, Ray Rusiani, Darren Buick has your check with him, so he's going to bring it to you. Don't head on down here. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're going to make the call for Pro. We're going to make the call for Pro. National Tire Wholesale Pro. We need you down to the staging lanes for your final round, please. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to make the call for King of the Track. King of the Track. King of the Track. We're going to get you down to the staging lanes. So Matt Warner, Lorenz Schwartz, Rob Hodgson, Brandon Piskacek. I'm going to get you all four of you down to the staging lanes for chip draw for King of the Track, please. So if you were in King of the Track, and that is Rob Hodgson, Brandon Piskacek, Lorenz Schwartz, and Matt Warner, all four of you down to the back of staging lanes, please. Attention in the pits out there. Attention in the pits. Oh, I hear him coming. I was going to personally call him Lorenz, but he's on his way down. So we have our National Tire Wholesale Pro Final in the water box. Mr. John Tabak in the left lane and John Bazinski in the right lane. And yes, I am going to use it. I guarantee you that we're going to have a John win today. And John Tabak going to take the win. John Bazinski breaking out, going 1082 on the 1084. John Tabak was 1049 on the 1045. So John Tabak, your National Tire Wholesale Pro winner today in our final JBS ET Series Summit race. Sorry, I was void of data as I was not in the tower when I announced that. So Mr. John Tabak was 035 on the tree. John Bazinski 063. So John Bazinski trying to run John Tabak, too many Johns, and trying to run him down and couldn't catch him at the end. Ended up breaking out 1082 on the 1084. So that's going to move us into our King of the Track, first round of King of the Track. We have Rob Hodgson taking on Lorenz Schwartz. Brandon Piskacek taking on Matt Warner. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to make the call. Door Slammers, Canada West Door Slammer Final. Yes, Canada West Door Slammer Final. We're going to get you down to the staging lanes, please. So Brandon in the left lane in the Ford Mustang dialed in with a 1316. Matt Warner in the right lane with a 1051 in the 66 Comet. And Brandon Piskacek turns on the red light, so Matt Warner moving on into the final round of King of the Track. Brandon was 003 red, going 1313 on the 1316. Matt Warner was 1076 on the 1051, was 021 on the tree. So Matt Warner will move into the final round where he will face off against either Rob Hodgson or Lorenz Schwartz. So very close off the starting line. Gonna come down to the stripe at the end. And Rob Hodgson gonna take the win, going 1071 on the 1070. Rob Hodgson was 042 on the tree. Lorenz Schwartz was 040, 1019 with an 8 on the 1018. Margin of victory at the stripe for Rob Hodgson, 0028. So a very good race there. And Rob Hodgson moving into the final round where he will face off against his buddy Matt Warner for the king of the track. Attention in the pits out there. Attention in the pits. We have made the call for the Canada West Door Slammer final round as well. Just to let you know, the food and everything is ready to rock. Oh, we got Door Slammers down here. I'm looking in the wrong direction. We're good to go. So the food is all ready to rock there. So if you are going to go hang out and attend our Racer Appreciation Party down at the Max Fox, there is some food down there. You can go down and see Clara and all them. We will be down shortly. As soon as we finish racing here, we'll go hang out and have some music and have a few drinks and some food and have a good time. You scared me a bit there. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're going to call the King of the Track final. King of the Track final. Attention in the pits. We're calling the King of the Track final. So Matt Warner, Rob Hodgson, whenever you're ready, we'll get you down here to the staging lanes. This is our Canada West Door Slammer final. I already did, Wally, if you can hear me. I already did. So Chris Lloyd in the 97 Camaro taking on Paul Stretch in the 2002 Cavalier. Paul Stretch in the right lane dialed in with a 727. Chris Lloyd with an 842. And Paul Stretch was 007 on the tree, but not going to take the win. Chris Lloyd getting the win here in Canada West Door Slammer action. 841 on the 842, winning the double breakout. Chris Lloyd was 021 on the tree. Paul Stretch 007, but was 724 on the 727. So Chris Lloyd, congratulations, good sir. You are our Canada West Door Slammers winner today. Taking home the win in Canada West Door Slammer action. So, hey, I'm going to make the call again. King of the track final. Matt Warner, Rob Hodgson, king of the track final. We need you down here to the staging lanes, please. So our king of the track final rolling around the corner right now. Matt Warner in the Comet, Rob Hodgson in the Plymouth. Rob dialed in with a 1071, Matt with a 1049. Hey, John, you dropped something there behind your truck. John, if you can hear me, you dropped something by your truck there. So Matt Warner with a decent advantage here off the starting line, and he does turn that into the win light. Matt Warner was 0.23 on the tree to 0.87 for Rob Hodgson. Matt going 10.49 on the 10.49. Rob breaking out was 10.70 with a 1 on the 10.71. So Matt Warner is our king of the track. Congratulations, Matt Warner. Well done. Taking the Race of Champions last night in pro and then moving on and taking the king of the track today. And that is it. That is all, folks. That was our final round of the day. So we are done racing today. We do have a racer appreciation party going on down at the Max Fox there. We got some food, got some music, got some different things going on. So head on down to the Max Fox. Go say hi. Come hang out. I know we normally have a fire, but I think there is still a fire ban on. So I don't believe we are going to have one, unfortunately. But we will see you down there. Come and have a drink. And thank you, everybody, for coming out this weekend so far. It's been a great turnout for our Farmer Memorial Mission Finals. We crowned some champions today. And weather pending, we will be back tomorrow, potentially, depending what the forecast decides to do. Also, come on down for your winner's circle photos, please, folks. Come on down for your winner's circle photos if you have not.